Okay. Is there a way to calculate how far it is pushing the plasma down off the tips in the picture? It don't do really good scale points if the orange... So, goalie, I'm a little bit rusty with
Discovery, go at throttle up.
like the beginning of entry. We're gonna have to go watch the parameter video again. Battle 19. Tape, thank you for the 5. Goalie, what are you talking about? Is that orange like 10 feet, 20 foot off the tiles? Here, hold on. Let me just make sure we're paused here. Yeah, drummer, I got you. Yeah, Squall. How right did KSP get this? Pretty crazy, huh? You experience a lot of fire like this, but and then you get through peak heating later. How deep is it? Deep is what? Deep is not a parameter for hypersonics. Like you're asking me, how high does a car go? I don't know what that means. Like what are you trying to say? Help me out. Yeah, no, the bay pressurized, Hellfish. This is why they have vents. There's vents. Even on the shuttle's payload, even on the sides of the shuttle's payload bay, there's vents. Because you don't want depressurization. You don't want to shock depress when you open the payload bay door, which is exactly what happened. How thick is that flame? Oh, hard to say. It's hard to say. Yeah, it's tough. It's not... Yeah, that's difficult to say. Thick digital. JDG, was I surprised? Yeah, it made it a good way through re-entry, spinning it with a steep re-entry angle. Dude, even if the re-entry angle was good, I highly doubt this thing would have made it through. That re-entry, the re-entry angle was incredibly steep. Like, not ICBM steep, but pretty damn steep. It's just, that could be just the camera angle, guys. Like, you're... Hold on. Hold on. Look at all these old Starship pictures that I have in here. Where are you? You just saved it in there. There we go. Alright, so you can't really discern how thick this is. You guys are looking at the flame like this and saying, oh, it's that thick right there. No. No. What you're seeing is this. Oh. So the flame is about that thick right there. And you're looking at it's spread, if that makes any sense. It'd be more like this. Because plasma is getting compressed underneath the wing. It's not like one big flame, right? So you have to look at the reference frame of the picture. So your reference frame is, you can use the tiles as a frame. Right? See what I'm talking about? So that means over here, you'd have this, like that. See what I'm saying? So you're looking at the spread, I guess. I don't know I don't know the correct terms for this, guys. I'm sorry, I don't. EJ has a device for this, but still won't use it. Yeah, and Hellfish regularly contributes things to the chat that don't actually help me in any discernible way. The more you know, kids. So, Goalie, I don't know. It's hard. It's really hard to tell from that camera angle. All right, so where was I? We were cooking with this last night. Was that last night? I don't know when that was. What do you think happened? Excitement? What happened in Yakigrad? It failed catastrophically. Something went wrong with my heating plant antennae, so I started over. Everybody left, and I was in such a nasty debt spiral that everybody leaving made my economy tank pretty hard. So I threw in the towel. So, I started the Chernoblyat Republic. New one. Is New Republic. Very nice. It's the same map. As before, but I started at a different spot. This is where I was before. I really like this map. This map's awesome. Now face the wall, please. Yeah. So I started over here, and I started out by building out a water system here that I know is going to... be adequate for a good while. We're not going to build all of it right off the bat, but... yeah. I think Tim hit the nail on the head. If they weren't trying to get fully reused, they successfully created a rocket that can get 200 plus tons to orbit. People seem to be missing this point. Can the next name be Buran Bureaucracy? No, I'm not. This game's already about a trash system. I'm not naming it after another trash system. No, we're not doing that. So, alright, I gotta refocus here. We had a water system for potable and non-potable water, which is actually pretty good. And then I think where I was at is that I was going to start mapping out the expansion for this city. And I think that's it. List is in the mod Discord. List for what? Oh, list for this. All right. Thanks, All Systems. And thanks, Mutter. Finish, fix the water. Central Road, talk about a power plant in the mountains. Provision for non-potable to go one way, potable to go the other way. Electricity mention. High voltage tornado. No other electrical connection. Discharge pond near the fake decal lake. You marked a 3-lane road near the village. Don't forget to update the title. Okay. Thank you. You're the man, Mr. All Systems.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
I was starting to make notes, but yeah, my mods did it for me. I was like, Mutter, what the hell are you talking about? I don't know. It's talking about the same thing I'm talking about. Sorry, streamer logic. Just don't build it in the swamp. Alright, that's fair. What would you do without us? Be less annoyed? Hey, I gotta take you down a peg or two. I'm the streamer, obviously. Damn! Damn! Why? Oof! No, you guys are good, man. Thank you. That's the best. I appreciate every bit of it, dude, even though it doesn't seem like it at times. Alright, so water is set up. work at Best Buy? Hey. Don't you think I already got enough? I got the shaft enough from that damn video? Don't you think I got the shaft enough? Oh. I ordered my EJ today with no spice. Why is he so spicy? Hey, The Matrix. That's the music I'm listening to when I'm working on stuff off screen. You know what? We'll change it to a picture of a hind. There we go. Yeah, alright. You guys can see that, right? You guys can see when I tab. Alright, let's see. Oh. Zay did. Yeah, Blue. It's pretty crazy. Dude, you know what's crazy? This would be fantastic if we just had this. If we just had this, right? But we have this and Starship. Multiple shuttles. I'm not mad. I am not mad. That's Dream Chaser. All systems. Yeah, Dream Chaser. DC 101 Tenacity. That's it's doing vacuum and acoustic vibration checkouts at Glen right now, and that's basically the last thing they do before they ship the thing off to be launched. What's the tip-to-tip size of that? Here. I'm trying to find a picture. Like, there's these pictures. That one will work. That's the size. That was the atmospheric flight test article. She got the dice, dude. She got the dice. That's the picture I wanted to show. I wanted to show this picture for no particular reason, but it's a good picture to get your comparison if you're in North America. I don't know why. I just felt compelled to show this one. Show this picture. Now, here we are. We put this thing in Starship. You could probably fit like 2 Dream Chasers inside of that payload bay. Ferd! Ferd! Look at that big old pile of Ferd right there. That's great. Seriously, though. That thing could pull a house. Why is it next to a garbage truck? Oh, because the garbage truck's on the way to your mom's house to pick up the trash. Yeah, I had that one teed up just in case. Now how do you feel? Know your place, trash! Sorry. EJ's showing us a picture of 2 things that won't make it into space. Why would I have an expectation of a pickup truck making it into space? I bet you could fit 4 or 5 of them inside of the wingtips. How about we just bring back Buran's rotisserie? The Buran rotisserie thing? You could probably fit like 4 of them. And just turn one, send it, turn it, send it, turn it, send it. Why would you not? I mean, okay, that's fair. Alright, so, electrical. Oh, actually, here, let's flip the page a little bit. So, dudes, I was actually watching this really, really good PBS documentary. It's very interesting. The PBS documentary is called Inside Gorbachev's USSR. It's an American journalist American journalist named Hedrick Smith, and this was obviously back in the 80s, right? And he went to the USSR and just started talking to people, right? and asking people like how the whole systems work, like how their collectivized system works. And it's actually super interesting. And it kind of like, I was like, huh. So he was telling me, or not he was telling me, when I was watching the documentary, there were guys that were in charge in the Soviet Union. There were guys that were in charge of like resource distribution and factories and stuff, and they would just keep producing stuff to like feed other industries, right? They wouldn't go with the market. So like there was this guy that was a guy that ran a factory that built like construction equipment, like excavators, miners, drag lines, and stuff like that. And it was super interesting to me because he was what was described was that he was making like one type of excavator for all the different mines around the Soviet Union, right? And he wanted to make smaller excavators because that's where, you know, his factory wouldn't be idle as much if he was making smaller excavators and selling them for export, right? But he couldn't do that because they were like, no, because the guys that were sitting on all the raw materials wouldn't give him resources. They would only allocate the amount of resources for the orders that the government placed for the mines, right? Which is super interesting to me. And that guy ended up with like a field of excavators that nobody was using and not enough resources to make the stuff that people actually needed, which was super, super interesting. It's kind of very telling because I was thinking when I threw in the towel with Nyakigrad that we had thousands and thousands of tons of crops and I had nothing to do with, I couldn't do anything with them. I noticed the parallel there, which is very interesting. And then where my mind went from that is how do you get around this? Now you look like the Minister of Coal. Yeah. How does it feel knowing that Krispy Kreme went to France before Dunkin'? I don't know. Sounds like the inefficiencies of a relatively primitivized command economy in a nutshell. Too much. There was so much bureaucracy that they couldn't get anything done. Because they say like you run a factory that makes cars, for instance. You have to go to the rubber guy, the Minister of Rubber, to get tires. You have to go to the metal guy, the Ministry of Steel, to get steel. You have to go to the aluminum guy, the Minister of Aluminum Production in your state. You have to go through all this crap, and then you have to get the work orders for the state. Like, I'm just sitting there going, holy crap, this is idiotic. Like, this is nuts. I would actually recommend anybody go and watch this because it really kind of shows the complete like stupidity of this idea. I mean, it's funny as a game, right? Like it's fun to play as a game, but even in the game, I still failed from the same exact freaking problems, right? Like what happened with them is that they were sitting on mountains of like excavators, right? And no food. And actually one of the guys had he talked to one of the guys that had like oversaw a planned city, and the guy was having problems with the heating because the asbestos on the pipes, on the centralized heating pipes, blew away in the wind. It was super interesting stuff. I'm like, oh, okay. I haven't heard anything, Briggsy. Yeah. Look at the movie Tetris, then you see. Yeah, Yeninator, yeah, exactly. And another thing that I noticed is that at the end of the Soviet Union, when Gorbachev introduced perestroika and glasnost, which were the reforms to the market to allow some privatization of things, right? They were basically making co-ops where it's super interesting. Like, I want to talk about this real quick. It's super interesting. They made co-ops. So basically, what a co-op is a company that you work for where instead of pay, you are offered stock in the company, right? And that stock you could, like basically every person that's in is a shareholder. So it's a co-op, right? It's like a publicly traded company almost, except you can only buy stock in the company if you work there, right? And it's super interesting to me because these co-ops basically were their solution to trying to introduce some form of privatization. The state still owned the company, but it ended up being like the co-op ended up leasing the farm from the government, I guess, like a long-term lease. Think about like a similar thing, but not obviously not the same thing, would be like SpaceX leasing 39A. Like, for all intents and purposes, it's theirs, but it's still NASA's, right? Like, and the Air Force and the Space Force leasing pads, right? But it's kind of like that, but I mean, rocket launches is kind of it's a separate thing, right? It's not like making potatoes, for instance, right? And so what they did was they introduced these co-ops, and the crazy thing is that they gave people all these rights really, really quick. You know, now you're a shareholder, now you make a lot of money, and people didn't know what to do with it. They were like, I don't know what to do. It was like they had these people in there had problems, right? They were like, dude, I have all this money now, and that's great. I could buy a farm. I don't know how to run a farm. How am I going to do that? No one ever taught me how to do any of this. And I thought it was super freaking interesting. It's a super good documentary. Or, well, it's basically investigative journalism. It's called Inside Gorbachev's USSR. It was from PBS and the Corporation for Public Broadcasting. Super, super interesting stuff. I recommend the Cold War channel on YouTube. They make really good videos. Yeah, about life. Yeah. This did that. It was super interesting. So basically what your citizens felt, but with personal cars. Yeah, Petros, it's insane, the parallels here. I'm like, oh man, I made all of those same mistakes. Huh. That's weird. I'm like, and the thing is like, I'm sitting here thinking like, I made all these mistakes, but they're not mistakes. The mistake is the plan. This plan is idiotic. You have to be nuts to want to willingly participate with this. The only reason why anybody supported like communism in the first place is because they were promised a utopia and they didn't see it for what it was, which is that's crazy to me. Here, I'll go find it because people are asking for the link. Here. So are you going to do Soviet suburbia again or block housing? Well, Shaw, this got me thinking about things. They did talk about, in that documentary, they did talk about like the housing situations and stuff, right? And the crazy thing to me is that the housing situation that they talked about, so they started trying to do that. Believe it or not, at the end of the Soviet Union, they tried to do that. They tried to do exactly what I did. And I was just sitting there going, oh, and you know what? It failed. It failed miserably. You know why it failed miserably? Couldn't get the resources to build all those houses. Because guys were just sitting on these resources. And they were like, no, all these resources are allocated. We're talking about a guy sitting on a brick factory that has millions of bricks, and he's like, no, it's all allocated already. Can't do anything with it. I will literally get shot. So they tried to. They tried to build suburban houses and have citizens lease the house, right? Like exactly what I tried to do. Didn't work. And now I don't look at that and say, oh, that car-centric idea that I had is never good. Oh no, it's not going to work. It's not going to work. I think that we need to do not necessarily a hybrid, but if you think about the United States, if you think about any Western country, you have a mix. You have a mix of things, right? You have a mix of flats, like apartments, right? You have apartments, there's condominiums, there's private homes, there's apartment blocks, you have everything. Like, we have a mix of everything. I think having a mix is probably a better idea. You could still do apartments and have a mixed, like, car-centric system. Because, dude, once again, like, in this investigative journalism thing, they tried to do it. They tried to switch to, like, single-family homes, and the homes were awful. They were terrible. And they all ended up collapsing. They all ended up collapsing because they didn't have the resources to maintain all this stuff, because guys were just sitting on resources, and they were built like crap. It's wild to me. Like, you still need mass transit between towns. Yeah, exactly. Like, you can't with this system, you really can't go full car-centric. Heck, dude, the United States isn't still full car-centric. We're not. Most of our freight gets moved around on trains. Most of it. Like, and when I mean most of it, I mean like all of it. Like probably 80 to 90%. Some of it gets done with long-haul trucking, but it depends on what you're moving around. Most of our raw material is train-centric. Like industrial goods. It's all trains. It's not trucks. I mean, trucks are for localized stuff. And there is some long-haul stuff, obviously, right? But planes are more for people, Neb. Trains, we transport freight from trains, and we transport people over longer distances by airplane and shorter distances by car, which is interesting. Like, we don't even have a full car-centric system. So we need to build a system that plans for all that too. Like, it's wild to me. Like, it's what, like, Shaw, I'm telling you, man, they tried to build private homes, and there was a guy that was trying to build more houses, and he couldn't get the resources, and all the houses ended up collapsing. Which, quite literally, is exactly what happened with my car-centric suburban city, with Nyakigrad. That's what happened. Well, first of all, I didn't set all my construction depots to be able to maintain the houses, right? But that's because they were working on building other projects. Which is, dude, it's absolutely wild to me. It's wild to me that Workers and Resources got this so right. It's weird, man. Like, it's just like Kerbal, dude. Right? Like, life imitates art, or in this case, art imitates life. The guy was able, the people that made this game were able to, like, make a system that's so easy to fail, right? Like, just like the real one, which is, it's weird. It's a shame that stigma mass transit has in the U.S. I think, like, the reason why a lot of Americans have that stigma is because a lot of Americans don't live in cities, dude. We have a lot of people that live in areas where public transportation makes no sense. And unfortunately, you know, the news that a lot of people get overseas are listening to those people, right? Because if you live out in the farmland in the center of the country, why the hell do you need a passenger train? That's a waste of time, right? And, you know, so somebody says something, right? And then they go at a federal level and they say, we don't want trains. We don't need those. We need freight trains. We need freight trains and trucks. But then again, somebody in the city is going to say the opposite of that, because the U.S. is a big place. There's a lot of different demographics. But, you know, that's a good story for somebody from Europe. Like, oh, Americans don't want trains. Like, that's not true. It's not true at all. It just doesn't make sense in some areas. This is what I've been trying to say for the longest time. It doesn't make sense. Some places, now, in some places, the train reigns supreme. It reigns supreme over medium distances, short to medium distances, like maybe 200 kilometers. Where a plane doesn't make sense. Trains make the best sense. Now, for short distances, a subway or a car are much better solutions than anything, right? Every system is good at doing different things. That's why I say it's better to champion all of them, because if we champion all of them, right? You know, use trains where it makes sense, use cars where it makes sense, use planes where it makes sense. If we do something like that, then, you know, I don't think people would have that stigma as much. But once again, most of it is like, if you're in Europe or something, you hear, oh, Americans don't like trains. That's not true at all. It's just, it's most likely cherry-picked from somebody that lives out in the center of the country where a high-speed rail train makes no sense. That makes sense? Now, me personally, I think high-speed rail's great. I want bullet trains. We should have the best bullet trains in the world. Like, why are we letting ourselves being upstaged? This is ridiculous. We should have the best planes, we should have the best trains, we should have the best trucks. We should have the best trucks, we should have the best everything. Frick all you guys. We should have the best of all of it. We could do it. I know we can do it. But that's just my opinion, you know? Why couldn't we do that? We could absolutely do that. Then do that here in this game. Well, Sneaky, I drew a lot of conclusions from watching that thing. You know? You gotta do everything. And that's hard to do as one person controlling the entire thing. So my only solution here is to pause the damn thing and play the game slow. so I can basically individually handle every single thing. You know what I mean? Anyway. Yeah, dude, that documentary is super, super cool. It's very, very interesting. Yeah. And then there's the same guy did he did a Frontline, right? A Frontline report where he went back in 1990, and it's, dude, wow. Like, I'm speechless. That place went to hell in a handbasket real quick. Like, real quick. Yes, Sneaky, that's what I'm talking about. I'm going to really engineer out every single system. And then we'll go and build it and budget the project out. And I have to kind of play this like I'm a, you know, like for this section here, I got to play it like, you know, I'm the utility company, right? So we got to plan it out like how a quote-unquote privatized utility company would make this, right? This is how they'd make it. They'd make it future-proofed, right? To make sure that nobody else would want another water customer, for instance, right? We got to do the same thing with electricity. And then we got to do the same thing with sewage. So, like, sitting there and taking the individual time with every single project, even though this fence makes no sense, like, it's just a waste of concrete, seemingly, but it's not, but it is, right? Like, taking the time and doing the project right, I think is what's going to make this work. So, the water is pretty much good to go. Let's get electrical figured out. Does the fence actually do anything, or is it just visual? I don't think it does anything, Drummer, to be honest with you. But I'm going to add it for the straight reason that, you know, if I think about fencing in the perimeter and thinking about moving the terrain around, like, it's less likely for me to forget something. You know what I mean? Alright, so now we need to figure out electricity. I had some areas here flattened out where we were going to plan water. I ended up putting the water system over here. I was going to put it over here initially, but I think this is a good spot for electrical, right? So right now I'm focusing on getting this city here. I think we called it Lazanynsk. Oh wait, that's not right. Hold on. Yeah, Lazanynsk. Lasagna-insk. Anyway, you get what I'm trying to say. I mean, getting the public resources here, like the utilities, electrical, plumbing, and stuff, is super important for getting the city, like, good to go. Right? And just like before, I want crops, right? Now, I noticed from that documentary, like I said, from that documentary that I watched, I noticed something. What I noticed is that if the state just kind of hoards the resources, right, you're not going to work. You need to focus on exports. That's what everybody was saying. All the different plant managers and farm managers in like the late 80s in the Soviet Union, that's what they were saying. We need exports. If you let me export stuff, we'll make millions. We can achieve your crazy utopia ideas, right? Like, that's what everyone was saying. So I'm going to really, really focus on exports. So what does that mean? Now, when we implemented Spaghetzov and then Yakigrad right after that, I wanted to build a farm that was good enough to be able to have any resources that I need, so I never had to worry about feeding people. Right? Spaghetzov, I didn't build a farm that was adequate enough, and it was we kind of had a little bit of red lines. Yakigrad made tons of crops, and we always had food. Food was never a problem in that design, but there was no good way to export crops, right? There was no good way to do it. So I just ended up sitting on tons of resources, just like the state. So just like in the state in the documentary. So I had a thought, right? Crops don't cost that much money, right? They don't go for much on the market. They really don't. Like, if we look at the border, crops are not one of the most valuable resources around. It's nothing compared to alcohol, which is 323 a pop, right? As opposed to, like I said, crops, which are 21. So that means we need to export in bulk. But what I was thinking is even more interesting. Like, okay, so where my mind is at is, look, to do a farm in this game, we don't need workers. You don't need many workers at all. The farm is basically, you don't need that. You don't need workers for a farm. So, because of this, why don't I just make a gigantic freaking farm? Like, you know, why build, like, basically what I did in St. Pastaberg, right, in the last save. Why don't I just do that? Like, what stop it? Like, why don't I just make gigantic freaking farms? So I'm constantly exporting crops. It doesn't cost anything. Like, building the actual farm, yeah, it costs some resources, but you'll get the cost back over time if you're exporting like 1,000 tons of grain every month, right? So like, let's just do some math out here, right? Crops are selling at 21.16 a pop. So if we go into the calculator, right? I mean, I know the math behind this, right? That's 21 grand every month. Every month. Now, that's not a lot in itself. We can produce that, though. Absolutely. Like, there's nothing... Because crops don't require any people, right? Like, you don't need people to tend the farms, which is not how it works in real life, from what I can tell. We could just keep exporting crops back and forth, and all we'll have to do is just eat the fuel cost for a train that goes back and forth. And if we end up putting our farm like right next to these tracks, which is why I cleared this area, like dude, why don't we just cover half of the map in farms? Okay, so like if we do that, what are we gonna need? Fuel? Okay. We need fuel. We need a little bit of steel and everything, right? But we're always gonna generate insane amounts of income, right? So, like, last save, the 10 fields that I had, dudes, right? 10 fields were producing 10,000 tons of crops every year, right? So that basically formulates out, right, every year. I mean, dude, if we doubled it, right? If we were producing 20,000 every year, we could have enough food for everything here. We could have enough food for every single city on the map, right? And then we export off... We do export focus, right? So we allocate what we need, right? For the food and meat factories, right? And then we just export out all the crops. Like, the only thing we're incurring there is the fuel costs for the farming equipment and the fuel costs for the train to move the crops around. Why don't, like, we just need to scale. Like, that's the thing. We need to scale, right? 10,000 tons of crops is 200 grand every year. Exactly, dogs. Yeah, 210 grand, right? Why, like, I don't know why I never realized why, like, we could just do that, right? Because, once again, you don't need people. You don't need workers to run the farm. All you need is power. That's it. Heck, you don't even need that. I mean, we need that for the grain silo and stuff to be able to move the crops around, right? And, you know, we could even turn that into a system where you have, like, a distillery. And then you're exporting crazy amounts of alcohol. Just the distillery and the food, right? And I think, like I said, another mistake that I made is, you know, we need to have a proportionate amount of people, right? So we need to man that distillery. Like, basically flood the market. Flood our market with crops, right? And basically make it so the distillery is always working, right? And then we can export excess crops, and then we could export alcohol and make super good chunk of change off of that. But in the initial, crops would be great. That would be fine, right? So we need to. What I basically, the takeaway that I got from that game is that you could make a very profitable state-owned business. Like, you could have state capitalism, right, in a Soviet-style system, right? And you could, if you're export-focused, sorry, it's getting a little warm in here. If you're export-focused, you can make millions. I think that might be the right way to do this, if at all. Personally, I think that whole promised utopia thing is ridiculous, but I mean, an export-focused economy is probably not the worst idea. Logistically speaking, can you prioritize routing crops to your alcohol, then extra goes to export? Yes. Yes, you can do that. Having an export-driven economy with centralized planning seems to be the... I'm not going to say that's the best way to do it. Free market's still the best way to get this done, but also... The reason why I want to focus on crops, at least in the early game, right, is because it doesn't take much workers. That doesn't take much work, just like exporting crude doesn't take much work in the beginning of the game. But I think we could make a lot of money off crops if we're, like, we really, for the first couple of years, we really got to focus on farms. I really think we should do that, and then maybe focus on other things. Like, obviously, there's getting the city up and running, right? But, dude... The only thing that we're going to have to worry about with farms is, like, maintaining the vehicles. And that takes workers. And that's it. Seriously, with the entire farming system in this game, the only thing that you need to worry about is maintaining the vehicles and the buildings. Maintaining the buildings, construction office doesn't require workers, right? The vehicle repair shop, that does require workers. That's the only thing we really need to worry about. And we could, like, once again, there's not much money in crops unless you export in bulk. Yeah, we don't want a silo to burn out. So a fire station as well, right? So, yeah, that's what I want to do. I want to really focus for, like, maybe the first, like, that would be my 5-year plan. Crops. You can import workers for the farms. Yep. Don't forget fertilizer. I mean, yeah, of course. But fertilizer can be done with a distribution office, right? It can be done with distro. No workers required. If you have rail deliver from the fields to the distillery, then to the border, you can eliminate all traffic. You can eliminate traffic through the process. It would be good to import materials on rail to minimize traffic at the border. Now, see, Gwertham, doing that is a little bit complicated, right? Not complicated in that it's a hard thing to do. It's a little more complicated than me exporting via trucks. Why? Well, I need to build the tracks, right? We need to build the extra tracks, which means we need a railway construction office. And then if we want to move the crops efficiently between destinations, right? We're also going to need a railway distribution office. See, that's starting to complicate things now. You see what I'm talking about? With the straight truck export that I'm talking about, yeah, it's not the most efficient way to do it. We could grow into using trains, but using trucks right now is probably the best idea because you don't need it. Because truck distribution is free. With train distribution, you got to research it at the Communist Party headquarters, right? And now that you have to research train distribution, right? Now you need to populate a city. So now you need to build out water. Now you need to build out electricity. Now you need to build out drainage. Now you need to feed these people. See what I'm talking about? Now, I'm not saying we can't start trains right away. I could start getting the ball rolling on that. But the export focus needs to be... It needs to be... Like, I basically need to build a grain silo. And railway construction, just construct a simple siding for that silo and go. And that's it. Right? If we're gonna, like, train export via crops is a good idea. But I wouldn't mind using trucks to move stuff around with a distribution office. Until we get railway distribution, right? Can you do a food storage, then set at a percentage above to sell? Yes, Longbow. That's with a distribution office, you can get that done. Exactly. think prioritizing food and food export would be granted secondary better profit-wise. I disagree, King. Yeah, that requires people. I'm looking for the lowest common denominator and the least amount of workers I need to make the most amount of money in the early game. That doesn't mean we won't tech into distilleries, but once again, with distilleries, you're talking about people now. You need people to work there. Not saying we shouldn't do that, not saying we can't do that. We absolutely can and we absolutely will. I'm talking about the early game. Focus on farms. Like, that doesn't mean I'm not going to design out all the systems now. We should design out everything. Like, everything should be planned out here. And then, you know, we'll implement certain parts, but we should have it, the emphasis should be on farm. I was thinking foreign workers. But even then, I still need electricity, plumbing, and sewage, dude. Just saying. Foreign workers will screw the profit margin. Crops are something you can just straight export. No workers required. Alright, I know what I want to do, guys. I want to get this done. So, we have water designed out for the city. We could design out electricity, and then I could also design out the drainage. That's not a big deal. But we really need to figure out what we're going to do with the farms. Like, that's the most important thing here. Bingo, Ace. Yeah. Ace, yeah, you got it, man. You got what I'm getting at. I don't want debt. I want to build up the capital that I need in the early game. Build it up. I want like $5 million here. Or 5 million rubles, $5 billion by 65, and then go ham. And even then, when we go ham, we'll budget out everything and get it done right. I want to see if this model works. So let's get on it. So let's think about this, dude. And once again, I'm talking scale here. I want, like, see all this land? Flatten it, and fill it with fields. Fill it with fields. I'm not talking like 10 fields or 20 fields or something. I'm talking like 100. That is minimal amount of workers, maximum amount of profit. There's little to no effort. All we got to do is build the farms. That's not going to take very long. Farms and grain silos. Now, those are a hefty expense, but if you employ and scale, it'll work just fine. Never have a problem. Yeah, I got you, Rob. People have talked about that. I want to try this way, dude. But yeah, that way could work too. You can never export that much, though. Having too much grain is never a bad thing, but at some point you're going to hit diminishing returns. I must not be making myself clear at all. I'm not saying just do this for the rest of the game. I'm talking about do this right now, where we don't need a lot of workers. Build up the capital to be able to build out all the rest of the systems that are going to make us money correctly. Does that make sense? Like, I don't think I'm explaining myself good enough here. Burning imported hazardous waste? Nice. Yeah. Nice. Alright, I need to level out this hill, and we need to get this farmland, like, ready to go. Fertilize the fields with crude. Train capacity, load, unload speed will make or break this. Okay. All right. I'm going to do that. That's my plan. Once again, I have to plan everything out. So that's what I'm going to do. We got water set up. While we're doing utilities, we might as well get everything else done. Okay, here's what we're going to do. While we're doing the utilities, we're going to get everything else done. Correct, Sewer Rat, yeah. I mean, dude, think about how the Western world, how we did it. Think about how we did it over here with a free market economy. It's basically how it happened. Started with farms. And then the Industrial Revolution happened. And that transitioned into a hybrid system. Right? And then there was emphasis on industry where needed. We didn't start with just an empty field. The roots of the Industrial Revolution is quite literally in the roots of the plants that were grown. And then moving into the industrialization of farming is how basically allowed the Industrial Revolution to blossom, right? That's the right move, dude. No, I get what you're saying, buddy. It makes sense. I would say don't go instantly with 100 fields. I know you probably don't actually mean 100 fields. Put down enough to feed your citizens and make a decent margin. Then as you expand, gradually expand the farms to match. We'll see. How many farms could you fit in the land that's already flat? 10 fields? If I want to level this out and change this river around, yeah, I want to really work on the farm out here. I'll show you. Let's go. Here's what I want. I should start with utilities, dudes. Utilities and getting the infrastructure figured out. But yeah, we can start here. I'll show you what I mean. And I mean flatland the whole map. Thinking. Guess we better get used to this sound. Good God, that's like 50 hours of terraforming. Please, no. I got this. Oh, bulldozers need to refuel. So we figured that the range of the bulldozers with the terraforming tool is about a mile, give or take. 1,600 meters. So I need to put down another depot here, albeit temporarily. That'll give me a radius in this valley to start working on the terrain. So we already have a road that's attached here. So what we're going to do for now... Let me think. You need to move hundreds of workers to sow all the fields. No, you won't. You're not thinking fourth dimensionally. Isn't the fourth dimension time? Do you... Okay. Nope. Yep, nope. I'm just gonna get to building now. I'm just gonna get to building now. Take your time. Alright, so how high do we want this off the ground? Let's see. 1 to 2 meters is fine. Let's pick that height. So, I want to put all the sewers, plumbing, and it especially makes sense for the sewers. I want to put sewage in my roads, just like what they do in real life, right? Just like how it's done in real life. So I'm going to raise all the roads. This will make it so I don't have to worry about drainage pitch if I'm running drainage to something. Because the sewage can't go uphill. Which is, I think, one of the most gnarly game mechanics around. I really, really appreciate that one. I just gotta level off this piece of this bit of gravel right here. It's a quote from a movie, sewer rack. How wide is one of these grid spots? Hold on. Okay, we're on a 10-meter grid spot, so we're 40 wide, so that's 120 feet, give or take.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Hey, Wizard. 51 months. Thank you. All right, how long is this stretch? $800. Hang on. I heard something in the garage. I'll be right back. Oh, it was just the TV. Just the television. Don't go towards the noise. Just the television. The plot of every horror movie. Hang on. Oh, nice, drummer. Neat.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Only took you an hour to make. Nice. Ah, there we go. Sweet. Hey, Wasnor, 53-month resub. Thank you. Oh, good goods. What's up, Funkum? How you doing? Can you import crops to accelerate earnings? Well, yeah, of course. Of course you could do that. I'm not going to, though. I find that it's very easy to become dependent on imports in this type of game. And I don't think you can do that. I think dependency is what screws you in the long run. Just a thought. What's wrong with depending on imports? The entirety of Western civilization. Yeah. There's that whole, budget deficit that we're running up now. Yeah, notice that? That's kind of weird. Okay. Question about the launch yesterday. Did they say what happened on the second stage descent, why it kept rolling? I haven't heard anything, but I have theories. I think the LOX dump is what did it. I think they carried more LOX than they needed to, just like they did last time. And that did them in. That LOX caused the roll. That's just my theory, though. Alright, so what I'm going to do is first thing, I'm going to go to the distro office. I'm going to select here. Bring fuel, 50% fuel load. How the heck did the space shuttle fly completely successfully on the first flight? Because the space shuttle is not as complicated of a design as we think it is. Dude. I'm telling you, man, I don't just like the space shuttle for some crazy nostalgic reason. The space shuttle is an amazing launch vehicle. It is amazing. It's such a good design. I mean, think about that for a second. It's such a good design that NASA was confident. And this isn't like post-Challenger NASA. This is Apollo NASA. You know, arguably still that Apollo grit, we can do it, we can do whatever, right? Like, the space shuttle's design was so well informed and so well researched and so well done that it worked on the first try. It's that good of a design. I'm telling you. Like, the reason why it worked on the first try is because it's an amazing launch vehicle. It's an amazing design. The design is fantastic. Like, we don't realize how good that thing is. I mean, I think some of us do, but I don't think people on the whole realize that how good of a design it actually was. Yeah, yes, what I mean is that it's not it's not a complicated design. It's a complicated launch vehicle, but I guess what I'm trying to say is that it was so ingeniously developed. Like, the wings with the reinforced carbon leading edges, the tiles, that's the mold for anything that's reusable. Any spacecraft. The space shuttle basically, like, look, X-37, Dream Chaser, Starship, Orion, they all have tiles. Starliner, they all have tiles. All of them. The shuttle revolutionized thermal protection systems because they built something out of a need. You know, like, I know it's the most complicated launch vehicle. I understand that. But the most complicated launch vehicle is the easiest way to do what the shuttle was trying to do. I think the design is fantastic. It's fantastic. It doesn't get better than that, dude. You'd be hard-pressed to find a better reusable launch vehicle design. You'd be hard-pressed to find a vehicle that's less complicated at doing what the shuttle can do. Simple in conception, complex in execution, I guess would be the right way. That being said, they were still worried. Yeah, of course. But honestly, the shuttle is that good. It's that good of a design. I don't know. I mean, the engineers at Rockwell were definitely cooking, man. They did amazing. Doesn't get better than that, dude. So how did it work on the first try? Because it's a damn good design. You'd be hard-pressed to find another vehicle that can do what the shuttle does that's less complicated. Yeah, I guess that's the right way of saying that. Yeah, Poison, for sure. Yes, I think they had confidence in the design because it's a good design. Like, once again, Shuttle's the best. It doesn't get better than that. Like, Starship's awesome, don't get me wrong. But it's going to be a while. And you'll see, SpaceX will have challenges and goals that they have to overcome to be able to do even remotely what the shuttle does. But the other important thing to remember is that Starship doesn't have the same stakeholder expectations as the shuttle. I mean, it has some overlap, but it's not the exact same. Right? Starship is designed to make life multi-planetary. The shuttle Starship in itself, the whole system is designed to, like, be able to go to Mars, in-flight refueling, etc., right? The whole system is designed to do that. The shuttle was built to enable that same system, but it wasn't built for that. Shuttle, you're not going to land a shuttle on the moon. I know. No, I don't like it either. All right, that show sucks. No, it's all right. It's fine. If you know what I'm talking about, you know what I'm talking about, right? But the shuttle was designed to enable that thing. The shuttle would be able to build stuff in space that would get us back to the moon it would build out an infrastructure and transportation system. That is the same problem that Starship is trying to solve, just going at it a little bit different. I don't know, Sea Kraken. Starship being the rightful successor as the shuttle with... Starship being the rightful successor, and in my opinion, it's way less complicated. I'm sorry, what? Wait, less complicated? Are you sure? Wait. Definitely. That's not right. No, there's... Let's just compare, first stages. Shuttle has 2 engines in the first stage, 2 solid rockets, 5 engine ignition total, 3 main engines, 2 boosters. Starship has 33. There's not a chance in hell that Starship is less complicated than the space shuttle. No. In fact, I can tend to say with IFT-3, the real winner is super heavy. I don't really think people understand how complex that thing actually is. Like, the shuttle is good. The shuttle is complicated. Starship's way more complicated. The propulsion systems on the first stage don't even compare. Like, and the fact that Starship's pad builds it, like, there's no way. Like, as I understand what you're getting at, it seems like a lot simpler mechanism because SpaceX just seemingly crapped this thing out, like, overnight, right? Like, I understand what you're getting at. I understand the implication, but there's not a chance in hell that Starship's less complicated than the space shuttle. All said and done, when Starship eventually gets to the status of being able to do what the shuttle can do, move people up into space, on-orbit refueling, down mass capability, being caught by the tower, first stage getting caught by the tower, there's no way it's a simpler system than the shuttle. No, not a chance. I'm telling you, SpaceX is making it look easy. They're making it look easy. The fact that they had, out of 3 flights, they had 2 flights where the first stage performed descent flawlessly. Now, after separation, that's a different story. Flawlessly is an absurd achievement. NASA's never built anything that complicated. Not even close. Like, I understand what you're saying, dude. Starship is making it look easy, and it's a much simpler solution. It seems like a much simpler solution than the way the shuttle does, but SpaceX is making it look easy. They're making it look easy. This is not simple to do, dude. I understand what you're getting at. Now, if you want to argue whether Starship is a better application, whether Starship will end up being a better shuttle than the shuttle, I agree with you on that. I think it will. Oh yeah. No, I'm with you on that one. Doo-doo. He said doo-doo. I'm waiting for the bulldozers to get into position, guys. Yeah, Havocs, exactly. I'm telling you, man, I think the real success here is we got those re-entry views from Starship, and that was fantastic. The real success here is that SpaceX lobbed like a 250-ton launch vehicle into second stage into orbit, and the only way that you can enable doing that, and the only way you get that re-entry test, the only way you get those views on orbit of Starship, flown around, is because the first stage worked exactly as intended. Like, the fact that SpaceX just crapped out Super Heavy over the course of like 3 to 4 years is absurd. That's absurd. They build a mountain they open by welders making $18 an hour using off-the-shelf components, no clean room, simple stacking on the pad. Yeah, an iPhone is simple to use. Does that mean it was simple to engineer? No way. You're confusing things. And they don't build them. They don't build them outside anymore. They're built inside the Star Factory, and then moved into the high bays. Like, once again, dude, don't get all defensive. I know what you're saying. I agree. I get it. But it's from straight chops, like engineering chops, Super Heavy's more complicated than the two SRBs. Like, way more complicated. But you gotta remember, we're talking about facets of difficulty that are incomprehensible to us. Just because the SRBs are simpler doesn't necessarily mean that they're, you know, a much simpler design. Doesn't necessarily mean they were simpler engineered than Super Heavy. But I think the Super Heavy, the engineering behind Super Heavy is way, way, way more difficult than two SRBs. But yeah, don't get all defensive. I understand what you're saying. I get it. You're right. I know what you're saying. The fact that SpaceX is leveraging off-the-shelf components and leveraging our industrial base is smart. That's absolutely genius. I mean, the shuttle arguably did the same thing, but I would make the argument there that the shuttle crawled so SpaceX could walk. You know what I mean? I think that would be the right way of looking at it. I think the tiles are going to cause issues again. Yeah, EVA, I think that's fair. Clean rooms are just for inflating engineers' egos. I know what you mean, dude. It does seem like... That's what I mean. I know what you're talking about, dude. We need to get to the point where you, like... Elon built this in a field! You know, like... In order to really get space to that point where... it's gonna be like flying a plane around, right? You gotta simplify. You gotta get it to the point. Like you gotta get it to that point. I understand exactly what you're saying. I agree, but I think once again, SpaceX. I think we're spoiled, dude. I think SpaceX is making it look easy. These are not easy things to do. Also, the lack of safe aborts the entire way through makes you real nervous. So, yeah, I know what you're saying, EVA. Yeah, I completely agree. The only way to solve that problem, you're not going to fit Starship with a gigantic launch abort system, right? Like, that doesn't work. The only way to solve that problem is to mature the technology enough to know that the reliability is there. That is the reason why I think... That's the reason why I think SpaceX is rating reusable Starship at 200 tons. We've done that math out before. You could fill the payload bay up completely with lead, and it still wouldn't equate out to the right to 200-ton payload volume. Actually, it'd be close. But no one's gonna need a big brick of lead up in space. The idea here is that the vehicle is rated for a load it'll never encounter. It's 154. It's the 154 principle to a T. SpaceX probably set out with the expectation of building it out past 100 tons right from the start. And as the design iterates, right, we'll get up to 200 tons. Is Starship ever going to move 200 tons of anything into space? Probably not. Like, once again, you could fill the thing up with concrete. You could fill the entire payload bay up with concrete, and that wouldn't equate out to like 200 tons. It might get close. Actually, it might be about right. But once again, no one's going to move 200 tons of concrete into space. I mean, it would be cool. That would be neat. In the meantime, like, maybe in the future, we might, you know. But not even an aircraft is going to move around concrete like that. Right? Like, right? I think that Starship is rated for 200 tons because SpaceX knows they'll never encounter anything. Basically, it makes Starship able to launch anything into space. You could launch whatever. You could put a car in there. You could put a tank. You could put whatever. and you're never going to hit theoretical maximum capacity of the vehicle. Most engineering is done that way. Like, once again, 154 principle to a T. Most engineering is done. You engineer out to a factor that you're never going to encounter, so the thing never breaks. Only your helicopters move concrete like that. Yeah, all right. It could fit 2 Abrams at 60 ton each. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I know. It can. But I don't think you're ever going to need to move Abrams tanks into space. Like, I mean, don't get me wrong. Like, if someone decides that they need to do that, I'd be kind of for it. That'd be kind of cool, right? Like, but I mean, arguably it might work if you have some oxidizer for the tank. I don't see why it wouldn't. Is like tanks like NBC rated, it should be fine, right? Like, I'm not saying I don't want that. I'm just saying I don't think SpaceX is ever going to encounter that. Point-to-point supply says otherwise. Yeah, but the premise of this conversation is moving stuff into low Earth orbit, not moving stuff on a suborbital hop. Once again, don't goalpost me, guys. I'm agreeing with you. Don't do me like that. Come on. Dude, make it like hell divers. Can you imagine? All right, let's get to moving the terrain out around here. An Abrams tank with a moose dropped into a battlefield? Dude, it truly would be Helldivers. But I'm pretty sure that Helldivers is sarcasm. Like, as much as I would want to do, I'm doing my part. As much as I would want to do that, I'm not sure that that's a wise decision. but I don't really want that. Like, if you guys go and read Heinlein's original Starship Troopers book, you'll quickly realize that you do not want that. You don't want to do your part. That's not, I'm pretty sure people don't want that. Like, I'm pretty sure it's all sarcasm till we find space bugs. Oh boy. I'm doing my part. I'm telling you guys, the fact that Super Heavy is working reliably is absurd. That is the real takeaway here. I'll talk about it more on NASA Spaceflight Live. Like, that's the real takeaway. The fact that that thing just works is... And I'm not talking like Todd Howard works. I'm talking about like, no, it actually does its job. That's ridiculous. I think Idiocracy mixed with Westworld is our most likely future. Remember, you're in control of your own destiny. The future is what you make of it. If you want Westworld and Idiocracy, you're going to get it. Just food for thought. Alright, I don't want this hill here. This hill can't be here. Alright, you're not supposed to be here. Yep. That's right, Oculux. I'll be honest with you, that's something that I've been kind of thinking about a lot lately, dude. You know, I guess what kind of forced this is that, you know how people say, like, oh, Hollywood has no good ideas anymore, right? Like, you don't see much original stuff. It's all remakes and recycled stuff. I mean, don't get me wrong, that's what sells. Like, they shouldn't not do what sells. I get that, right? But, you know, like, even me, okay? I make movie references all the time. You know, I make movie references to Wayne's World, Blues Brothers, all these shows, these movies that people love, and I love them myself, but when am I gonna make my own references? You know what I mean? Like, we can't keep trading on somebody else's dime like that. It's the same kind of thing that I've been thinking about with, like, NASA. NASA thinks they can get back to the moon, yet here we are, you know, a decade after they said, yeah, we can go back to the moon, and what do we have? You know what I mean? And I'm not saying we can't do it either. I'm saying we should. That makes sense? You know, everybody's nostalgic for the 60s and the 70s and the 80s, right? Like, and that's fine. There's nothing wrong with being nostalgic over that stuff. But people are nostalgic over decades that they weren't even a part of. Like, I like the 80s. I think the 80s is cool. Seems like a really interesting time. I was not there for that. I was born in 88. Dude, one could make the argument that I wasn't even there for the 90s. You know what I mean? Even though I was alive, right? You see what I'm talking about? When are we gonna make our own good times? Stop trading off other people's good times. That's stupid. We can't keep doing that. We're gonna keep doing that, and then we're just gonna trade on, and we're gonna build it up into a nostalgia that we're gonna romanticize it and build up that nostalgia into something that's fake. You know what I mean? I don't think that's wise. But, once again, you know, who knows? We need to make our own good freaking times, dude. And if we think we're gonna descend into idiocracy, well, yeah, guess what? If you think it's gonna happen, and you're kind of come to terms with it, then yeah, it's probably gonna happen. Make your own freaking good times. We have the tools to do it. Breaking Kenny Pickett to the Eagles. Alright. Back in my day, we had floppy disk, Windows XP, and Yahoo Mail. Yep. That's kind of one thing that I always have been about on this stream, dude. I wanna make good times. I wanna have a good time here. You know, like, blaze our own freaking trail, man. I mean, yeah, I do it with movie references and stuff, you know, that's fun, but, you know, it's something I toy about. Like, am I just a repository for movie references, or am I gonna make a name for myself, you know? You don't want to trade off somebody else's name like that. Just, you know, on a more philosophical note, I guess. I guess. Didn't the Steelers get Russell Wilson? And then, like, Denver has to pay the contract or something? Why is time running? Oh, thank you. I had time running, MJ, because I was moving the bulldozers. Thank you. Yeah, I gotta stop being super Mr. Philosophical over here and remember what I'm doing. Yeah, this big freaking hill, dude. You gotta level this sucker. Okay, actually, before I go and do this, we should measure. We need farmland here, right? What I want to do is put down one of these things, and I want to measure it. Let's put it down. I'm going to put it down on a spot that we're not going to farm for a little while, because it does screw up the fertility a little bit. That didn't work. I just want to measure something. $550 feet by 940 feet. Okay, so we need 550 feet. We need, and then we need a 30. We need a grid spot gap between them because of the thresholds, right? So we're working on a 10 meter square, so it's 33 feet. So 583 feet is what we're looking for. Let's go here, clear all the points. Nice gravel factory you have there. That's where we gotta be. I rounded to 3,000 feet. Which is about, yeah, it's close to 1 kilometer long. You can change metrics to feet. Yeah. I felt like it. So that should be 5 fields across, give or take. So let's pop that and then turn the measuring tool on again. Measure from that corner. Fields are 950 feet. So let's budget 1,000 to give us some leeway room. Okay, so we could put 5 there. Now, if we wanted to put 5 more here, we're going to have a problem with that hill. We're going to foul on that. We don't want that. Okay. Let's place down the farms where we need them to be. So if we did this right, snap to grid. Give us a little bit of leeway. Perfect. Nice. Yep. And now we have a little bit of leeway over here. Excellent. So that's good for 5. I want to do 5 more, but we got to level out that hill. And that gives us a decent amount of space for a right-of-way over here. And then we have some extra space over there. You know, like, let's... You know, I was thinking I like going slow. That's the thing that I want to do. I want to go slow and I want to take my time. So why not, you know, maybe we want an irrigation channel here. Like, we got some spare space over here, might as well. You know, farms would have an irrigation canal like this, absolutely. In fact, in the farm that's in the game here, in Darapol over here, they even modeled one. See? They just use the water decals, which I'm still not sure how to get. They use the water decals for irrigation, which I thought was cool. Does this game have helicopters? Yep. Yes, it does. I was using helicopters a lot in my last save, Kim. Yep. Oh dang, what happened in Yakigrad? I didn't plan out my heating plant to be future-proofed enough, EVA, and I'll be honest, I don't know what happened. Something happened with the heating plant that caused it to not work correctly. It was working just fine for about 10 years. I checked to see if it was like reconstruction or something, and it wasn't. And every time the heating plant said they had a problem, I would go check on it, and I'd click on the thing, and it'd be just fine. And then I'd go check the temperatures to all the buildings, and they'd be going down. I don't know what happened. I really can't figure it out. If I had to put my hat into the ring, maybe it wasn't like them plowing the roads. Like my plows weren't set up good enough, so they didn't ever plow the roads like it wasn't prioritized to plow the roads going to the heat plant. So I think you know, maybe like the labor wasn't getting there in time, and it was causing times where the heat plant would be idle, which does make sense. It does lend credence to, like, if they say that there's a heating problem, right, and then I go and check on it and it's fine, you know, there might have been a momentary gap, and that gap builds up, especially during winter, and nothing gets heated correctly. I had a max exodus, right, and I wasn't prioritizing fixing my heating plant. So we had a mass exodus, and I took out debt to fix it, and I didn't prioritize. I was like, oh, we got to get the refinery going. I focused too much on one thing. And the next winter came, and everybody left again, and I could not take out any more money. We defaulted. And that was the end of that. We were doing really well. This is what I mean. Like, this time, I'm going to take my time. I'm not going to make that same mistake. Every single system is going to get engineered out correctly here. I blame capitalist spies. Yep, it was definitely them capitalist spies, yes. Like, even this channel. Like, did that serve any purpose? No, not really, but it looks right. I want to take my time. Just like I would in cities. Take your time, make it right. Yeah, I didn't really have time to troubleshoot it because I mean, that's my bad. I ended up not having time to troubleshoot it because during the times where it wasn't a problem, during the summer, right, obviously they have enough heat during the summer. When it wasn't an issue, I was focusing on other things, and by the time when it became a problem, it was too late. Which, once again, that's more or less what happened in real life, like in that country. Hey, Inverter, 77 months. This game has so many traps to fall in. It is a challenge, dude. In every playthrough, you find a new one. You know what? You know what the real gut punch is, Miles? That's a problem in Spaghetti I never had. Like, I created that problem, which that just makes it so much worse. That makes it so much worse, dude. I'm like, oh no. Hey, Access, tier 296, what's going on, buddy? Yeah, we gotta send a message. Actually, you know what? A prudent thing to do would be to measure to see how much of this hill that we need to take away. We might not need to take away the whole thing. What's good? Nothing, man. How you doing? All right. So we need obviously an access road. So that means the other field is going to start right there. Oh, it wants that to be the center. That's fine. Alright, there we go. That got us one side here. And this gives us the locator for the other side. So, these are 950 feet long, so we can go there, and we can measure basically to 1,000, and that'll get us what we're looking for, right there. So that is some terrain that I was messing with before, right? And then we need to... Encoder's killing me right now. Right there. Cool. We don't need to clip off as much of this hill as we think. Good. That's why I measured. Remember, measure twick. Cut once. Chernoblyat. Yeah, that is the name of city. Aren't you happy? Yeah, cities easy. See how our roads follow the terrain? Workers and resources. Screw this hill. We get rid of hill. That hill is in our way. Take it out. I mean, you know what the messed up part is, Aqua? That's what they did. And that caused... Dude. EIRs? What is EIR? We don't need that. We impact the environment, not nature. Dude, that actually happened. Like, the Soviet Union is actually responsible for one of the worst instances of localized climate change ever. They literally destroyed an ocean. Well, inland lake, if we really want to be careful. Like, if we want to say it right. So, you guys want to see something nuts? Like, okay, this is why, like, I know people, like, see environmental impacts, like, especially in the context of rockets and stuff. They see them as some kind of crappy bureaucracy that's, like, such a pain in the butt. It's so stupid. Why do we do that? It's just a waste of time. Just build the thing, right? I get that. And I kind of agree, like, I wish there was a better way to do this. But if you're not careful, you will mess something up. I'll give you an example. Dude, see that? See this desert right here? See the desert? Maybe with some lakes right there. That was an inland lake called the Aral Sea. It looks like a dry lake bed that you'd see out in California. That, like 30 years ago, this was a lake. See where it says Kentebec? That was an island. What happened was the Soviet Union diverted the rivers that were feeding the Aral Sea. They diverted it because they wanted to focus on cotton exports in Uzbekistan. So they diverted the rivers for irrigation, for cotton exports, and drained a freaking ocean. And when I say drained a freaking ocean, it's not an ocean, it's an inland lake. We're talking a lake the size of Lake Superior here, or Lake Michigan. Like, the RLC was not small. This is why you do environmental impact reports. They permanently screwed up the climate here. Permanently. This wasn't a desert. It was not a desert. It became a desert, though. Are they even able to correct that? Well, Uzbekistan is in a different country, and it'll screw their cotton exports. Yeah. Like, there's permanent environmental damage here. And, like, don't get me wrong. I'm, like, an avid industrialist. But this is not... That's, like... I will always be like, more factories. But not like that. That's not smart. That, like... Okay, so, for instance, Iralsk, a city over here, it used to be a city on... That used to be waterfront. And Iralsk... They fed their entire population with fish because of the fishing industry. Oops. What's up, man? Yeah, dude, they up bad. Like, bad. This is an environmental disaster. And I'm not even an environmentalist. That's bad. That's not good. But that was because the centralized planning didn't care. They didn't care about affecting the environment. And you screwed up your environment, not just for the local habitat. People can't eat. That's kind of important. Hopefully they like eating cotton. Yep. Just came here to be educated in environmentalism. So yeah, like, we're doing it once again. In workers, it's funny. Frick that hill. We don't need that hill. Get rid of it. Like, that's funny to me, right? Like, we're doing that as a joke, but that actually happened. Stuff like that actually happened in real life and permanently screwed up the local climate of this region right here. Yeah. You guys note how everything else is kind of green-ish around this, and this one area is not? And then that area is green where they diverted all the water? Yeah, you notice that, huh? Are you able to show a time lapse on it? I don't. Where's the timeline button? It's not there. Hold on. The timeline button is usually around here somewhere. Yeah, that's in Turkmenistan, Vanguard, yeah. No, it's in Earth under layers. Oops. No, that's not what I want. The clock and the arrow. Oh, there we go. Yep. Yeah, there you go. That drives the point home pretty well. That's right. Loading, yep. Watch. Look at the year, dudes. I'm talking about an ongoing environmental disaster. And once again, the Aral Sea is not small. It's the size of like Lake Huron or Lake Superior. We're talking about draining a Great Lake here. Man, did they frick up. Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's the only time you're gonna ever find boats in the desert. Yeah, I was getting to that. Yep. See what I'm talking about? What caused that? So, Prairie, in game, I'm just kind of messing around with the terrain and conforming it to my will. And people were making jokes about it. The thing is that actually happened, and it caused environmental disasters in real life. And I was citing the RLC as an example. I can think of another one where bad planning caused an environmental disaster. Chernobyl? Yeah, that would. That one a lot more people know about. Yeah, also an environmental disaster. Yeah. Whoops. Is the entrance to the field not centered? Just kill me now. I never played a stalker game, Jens, but I know about it. Nice, Ando. Whatever, we'll roll with it. These are low traffic roads anyway. Now we're talking. The gas crater, yeah, I know. Good. The RLC was formerly the 4th largest lake in the world. Yep. Yep. Was. Not anymore, it's not. Yeah, I know, Uncle Lex. Yeah, I know all about it, dude. Pretty well read in it. But yeah, it's funny, like, in game, I'm just like, frick this hill, we don't need this hill, get rid of it. They actually thought like that, and it wasn't smart. Not, like, you gotta be careful. And don't get me wrong, you can mess the hill up, you can easily remove it. Like, we can bend the terrain to our will. It's pretty, like, Pretty straightforward that we can do that. Look at any major city, right? Like, that shouldn't be taken lightly. You gotta be very careful. Like, you want climate change. That's a good way to make localized climate change. That's not ideal. Not ideal for the people living there. But then again, you know. Alright. Let's pause the game up again. I'm actually thinking maybe get rid of the whole thing. We might be able to fit more. Yeah, I got you, Aquaman. Yep. Do it, Proud. Well, how many more could we fit? We could probably get away with at least 2 more of these. At the very least. 12 farms would be pretty substantial. But I'm talking about, like, we should make more of this. Like, we should make another one. Like, let's survey the terrain over here. What do we got across the river? The remaining hill is daunting you. Yes, I know. It is a piece of crap. Out of range. You get to terraform the map in this game before you actually start building stuff like in SimCity. Yeah. Yeah, oh yeah, you can do that. Workers is currently on sale on Steam for $26. Yeah, that's worth it. Yep, 550 feet. We got to measure 583 for the gap in between. So we're measuring from right there. Let's measure 580 feet out. Yeah, we should be able to fit another one. If the bulldozers permit. Yeah, the effective radius is of the bulldozers at the depot. You can see the curvature for it. We're gonna need to move the bulldozers closer if we want more fields. At least over here. Yeah. We're gonna need to move the depot closer. The bulldozer depot. That's fine. The fields, they taunt the EJ. Okay, well, this is good enough for our initial crop export, right? But I'm talking about scale here. We need more. More! Just one more field, bro, please. See, the thing is, I'm not sure this terrain is fertile enough either. Here, let me check. Yeah, see, too many stones. We might not even be able to fit it there. Out here is good. Yeah, that'd be good going that way with it. But yeah, that gravel deposit right here actually might... Yeah, the soil is not fertile there. Fertility will restore when the ground is green again. Well, it's not even... It's saying too many stones. Like, let's place this where we would want it to be, right? Let's just see. I'm just curious. Like, I'll level some of this hill. Back in 1982, we didn't even need to worry about throwing a football over those mountains. We just leveled the mountain, and we could have thrown it. Make the mountain smaller. Let's see. Leveling mountains like they're independent thought. Some terrain thinks it's more equal than other terrain. Nope, we must fix. Face the hill, please. Okay. I mean, it'll let us do that one. But I'm not sure about the rest. But then again, I suppose even if we level it, we could put something useful over here, like the farm or something. Would it fit verticated? Maybe. Alright. It's gonna take a good while to level this damn thing. But there's no way we're gonna be able to put a field here, you know? Yeah, if you guys are here for the, you know, if you guys don't mind this, this is going to be a little bit of a boring part of this, but... If you can't build a field, just gravel it up. Stream title, Man Bulldozes Mountain. More 10. Hey, it's a hill, alright? It's just a hill. And it's in the way. Who needs the environment anyway? I'd watch that in real life. Yeah, this part is just gonna take a minute. Or 5 or 10. More bulldozers would make this go faster, wouldn't it? Excuse me for a moment, please. What? It's not like I'm not going to use the bulldozers anyway. I have no problem buying them. We can always transfer them to a construction depot or something. Alright, well, we're going to have to unpause for a second, wait for the other bulldozers to get down here because they're coming through the border like that. Terraforming has a cost. Well, two things. You need bulldozers in range, and those bulldozers use fuel, Hilness. Yeah, you need to refuel them, or else they're pretty useless. Now, it's going to take a second for those bulldozers to get down there, so yeah, we're going to have to unpause for a moment. Or, yeah, keep it on pause for a second. Nice coverage of the SpaceX launch. You looked hyped. Dill, I was on another planet, man. It was unbelievable. It's just such a privilege to be able to cover it. Yeah, it was wild, man. Alright, so let's look over here. Let's zoom out. Zoom out a little ways. Where else could we fit these things? Would the bulldozer have a big range if you pair them with flatbeds? I don't know. Maybe. It's possible. People were talking about your reaction to the space launch in another channel. Really, Bull? Where were they talking about that? That's cool. I hope it was good. I mean, if it was bad, yeah, you're probably right. Like, dude, I did not provide any insightful commentary, man. But I didn't know what to say. Oh, Waffle was talking about it. Hell yeah, man. Waffle's cool. He's a space nutcase. He just keeps it on the down low. Well, kind of. You know what I mean. Yeah, he's a space nerd. Yeah, absolutely. One of us. One of us. One of us. One of us. And yes, you won't be able to recognize the map. That's the whole point. We're a Soviet Republic. We are masters of our own destiny. Frick the environment. We don't need to worry about that. Are we going to see people walk on the moon and Mars with the same video quality? I hope so, Chimp. There's no guarantees in space flight. There ain't no guarantees in this business. You know what I mean? However, I'm not going to say that I don't want that. Should ask for a sponsorship with the Caffeinated Toothpicks Company. You know what? That's a good idea. Ain't no crying in baseball. That's right. What flavor do we have here? This is, ooh, cherry. Very nice. I swear if this tastes like cough syrup, I'm going to be upset. The sour apple and the grape was really good. It will. It always does, dude. I don't know what the hell's with that, man. Like, everything that's cherry flavored doesn't taste like cherries unless it's actually a cherry. Alright, let's see what we got here. Yep. Tastes like licorice. Yeah, I'm with you on that one, All Systems. I'm gonna chew through a whole forest. Hey, I'm gonna keep the forestry industry in business single-handedly, bro. Secretly a beaver. Sorry, it was from playing too much Timberborn. Did the other bulldozers arrive yet? Nope, almost there. I was just doing this in the meantime here. Yeah. This area could be good for something. I'm not sure what, though. I don't think we can fit a field in here. But then again, probably should have just measured that instead of doing this, but... Okay. Provided there isn't rocks, we could probably fit 2 there. But I think the rocks are no good. Here, let me check. Yep. Yeah, even if it did let you put down a big field, it blocked all of
Discovery,
it
no
off.
one throttle up.
Don't worry about it. A gravel plant? Maybe a small gravel plant, but then again, the whole focus here is to work on scale, so we got to start with just farms. Nice, all systems. Thank you, MJ. Now, we could put more fields here, but the railroad tracks are there. So if the railroad tracks are there, that means we need the grain silo there. And if we need the grain silo there, that means we need the farm there to be able to transfer crops into the grain silo. Which means we also need the food factory and the distillery when we go to do that. I'm thinking. Yeah, audio, I know what you mean. Can we put fields on, like, the hill like this? Here, let me just test it with a small field. What does that do? Oh, yeah, you can build them on the countryside. Oh, that's actually kind of cool. Yeah, Prairie, that's the plan. That's what I want to do. I'm just thinking. Don't you need perfectly level terrain for farms? The way I'm doing it, you do. Prairie, I have a plan that I'm doing here. Just bear with me, okay? I'm measuring some things here. Yep. Okay. Get out of here. Alright, I need to get the bulldozers down here. This road doesn't have to be perfect. Just good enough. For now. Okay. Now I'm gonna need another road depot down here. I'm running... Okay. That'll be the fourth one. Just gotta be careful here. Sure. That's good enough for now. And then... temporarily, we need a gas station here. Now, I'm going to take the bulldozers, just some of them. I'm going to move them down here. Oh. Hey, it'd help if you connected the road in, idiot. Oh, yeah? Hang on. Those bulldozers were in the middle of refueling. What's the max number of fields to one medium farm? I don't know. I don't remember. So, I want the main road to go this way. And I want it to go towards these cities over here. There's cities and villages over here that, you know, eventually we'll get out to. Basically, we'll follow the tracks. So we'll have it curve right here, and we'll have it follow. Just gotta make a cut here in the terrain. I have an idea for what I want to do with the farm. And I need the bulldozers to just be a little bit closer. That's why I put the other depot down there, across the tracks. Once again, guys, I'm going to spend way more time with the game paused this time, making sure we plan everything out, because it seems like when you have a super centralized economy like this, it's really easy for stuff to go wrong that you didn't take into account. And then you end up trying to spend your way out of it, which is the mistake I've made 2 times now and haven't been smart enough to fix. I'm going to measure the width on my roads here. How big of a width do we need? About 100 feet. Yeah, we got plenty of space. All right, cool. And once again, we'll plan it out. Let me get the measuring tool again. Cool. Oh, I think there's a little bit of road that I left there. Don't want that. the hell? What the heck's going on? They won't let me make a crossing here? Oh, didn't like that. Something is going screwy with that segment there, and I'm not sure what it is. I just want to make sure that when we go to build the road, we engineer the segments out correctly. The reason why I want to make sure that the segments are lengthy like this is because if you have a little tiny segment that's like maybe this long, it's going to put people on it and not an asphalt roller or something. And if you need labor, then, well, you need workers, and I'm trying to avoid that right now, ironically. Seems like you might need to make the outside curve first here, so. But it left these weird freaking segments right there. Get rid of those. I don't think the tool likes me right now. I don't think this thing likes me. I think I killed it. It's not happy. It is very unhappy. Yeah, we made it unhappy. Hold on. There we go. Alright, make the outside one first. I guess maybe not. Maybe make the middle one first like I've been doing. See, it left the damn segment right there. How do I get this to combine into one? What the heck? The road building tool is not happy with me right now. Like, really not happy with me. Let's do the center one first, right? And then outside one, or inside, and then... It's looking to break that segment in two. Oh. I made it in 2 clicks of the mouse, but it combined all of it into one segment. Alright, cool, sweet. I'm happy. You guys happy? I'm happy. Cool, see? Those are all of them are one long segment. See how it's highlighting all of them? That's what I want. That'll make it so I know for sure. So like with a short segment of road, it won't bring out the asphalt paver and the steamroller. It won't do it. It'll try. Labor will use shovels and stuff, and that takes time. You don't want that. That's a waste. Make your segments big, and then yeah, go from there. Me, I'm using quarter-mile segments right now. That's 400-meter segments for anyone else. Amigo no jugad más City Skylines. No, pero el juego is bueno. Yes. This one's really good. Kaku, I like this better than Cities, but I'll probably play Cities again at some point, dude. Sure. You can remove nodes. It's a weird tool under traffic signs. Yeah, I couldn't get that one working very well, but that's okay. Anyway, let's go. So first order of business, that's what we wanted to do, is now we have 8 bulldozers, and yeah, we can get rid of the gravel a lot faster. See all 8 bulldozers doing their thing right there. That's the thing that I like. The more bulldozers you have, the more sensitive the tool is. Which is, I think, an awesome game mechanic. You can move stuff faster if you have more equipment. Now, what would be a super cool game mechanic is that if you did this, right, and you got rid of gravel, right, you got rid of gravel like this, it would produce gravel at a construction depot, or at least aggregate, right? I think that would be a crazy game mechanic if this, if you had an aggregate storage attached to your road depot or something, and you use the bulldozers to move all this. It'll make the gravel for you, so you can do a one-time, kind of mining run if you want. Because right now, we're just taking this and throwing it into the river. Hint, hint. Galactic, happy Friday. Now face the wall, please. We need an environmental impact. Well, I'll tell you, I have thrown stuff into the river previously, and the river did not care, so it's fine. They cost fuel, Jens. The bulldozers, eventually, they're going to need to refuel. In this stream, Hill Leveling Simulator. Either that or we have a nasty insectoid infestation. Yes, precisely. Greetings, programs. Royal David, am I still tasked with making the perfect system? Royal David, where are you now? Ha 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 ha. Кто за русский? Нет. No. Yeah, I mean, it kind of is Russian. What's going on, man? How are you? It is indeed not Russian. I mean, the music is. The music is definitely Russian. I don't know if you can tell, it's kind of got a little Russian vibe going on here. Could use more Rush. Oh yeah, but I agree. We could use a lot more Rush. Yeah, that'd be a really good idea. No, it's one of my favorite songs, dude. You must know the story behind YYZ. Yeah, of course. That's the VOR for Toronto Pearson, man. Rush somehow found a way to make the VOR beacon into a song, which is fantastic. I mean, dude, the creativity level is just amazing. Like, I knew you'd know. Duh! As a Plane geek and a Rush fan, yeah, absolutely. Moving Pictures. That whole album is. Moving Pictures is one of those albums that you put it on, you hit the play button, and then you don't need to do anything after that. Yeah, I guess. Okay, Canadian song, so YYZ, sure. If it was an American song, it'd be YYZ, okay? But because it's Canadian, I'll say Z, sure, why not? Zed, he's Canadian. Oh, I'm sorry, bud. Oh, yeah. Actually, I mean, I don't know if the older viewers will, like, that have been watching me since, you know, the times when it was okay to listen to music on stream, you guys know what my favorite Rush song is. I'm wondering if you're a newer viewer to this stream, you know, I bet you can't guess what my favorite one is. And don't, if you know me and you know the answer to this, don't say it. Don't say it. What do you guys think my favorite Rush song is? "17" by Winger. I have no idea. Bastille Day. Good. That's a good answer, but no. Yeah, he was a legend, Crown. Yeah, for sure. You can't anticipate the answer? I don't know, especially if you're lit up with anticipation. We arrive at the launching site. The sky is still dark, nearing dawn on the Florida coastline. Not Red Barchetta? That's my second favorite Rush song, dude. Circling choppers, flashing lights with roving searchlight beams. This magic day when super science mingles with the bright stuff of dreams. It's Countdown. Countdown is my all-time favorite Rush song. I love that song. It's about a space shuttle, obviously. Like, it's about the STS-1 mission. It's just... Oh, boy. I cannot believe I didn't get that. That's a good one, though, That's a good answer. So, my favorite Rush song is Countdown, and then Red Barchetta is right after that. Jump through the ground as the turbo slows to hit the borderline. It's about driving old cars. It's about a two-door sports coupe. It's a great song. Final Countdown's an okay song, but Countdown by Rush is way better. Didn't Rush use an airplane tracking system? They used Toronto Pearson's VOR. So what's VOR? Okay, so you want to learn something about airports, right? Here, I'll show you real quick. We gotta pause. Real quick, here, check this out. Boop. Gleaming yellow air car shoots towards me 2 lanes wide. All right, so every airport has VOR. What does that mean? So it's a locator beacon for the airport. So this is my home airport. This is Boston. Boston has the VOR. And believe me, you've seen VORs before. They're very easy to spot. Let's see if we can find one at Logan. If you've ever been to an airport, you've seen it, but you probably didn't know what you were looking at. Where are you? There it is. See that? It's that thing. That's the tracking beacon for the airport. So the tracking beacon is broadcasting a signal in Morse code. That's the code for the airport. So KBOS. Right? I'll give you 3 guesses what Toronto Pearson is. YYZ. Yeah, Jens, that's the airport at my house. That's a small airport in the States, dude. Your home is on the upper tip of the bump on Maine's nose. I know exactly where that is. So if we go over here to Toronto Pearson, the VOR, where are you? Where are you, bud? Ah, there you go. So if we go and find it, there it is. The VOR at Toronto Pearson, that thing right there is playing this noise. It's playing this noise. That's the noise that thing is emitting. And Rush made a song out of it, which is cool. We can't play it for too long. Presumably without the wacky left LR channel switching. No, yeah, no. Yeah, it's not going back and forth. I don't think the VOR broadcasts in stereo, dude. That's what that is, and it's just broadcasting the airport's code in Morse. Ding 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 ding. Pretty cool, huh? Every airport, every big airport in the United States, North America, Europe, every big airport has a VOR. Every single one of them. Is that YYZ I hear? Yep. Ding. See, there's Boston's VOR. Once again, this is how one of the ways that planes can find an airport. It's the locator beacon. Plane, you can tune a plane to that channel, and the plane can follow the signal. Every big airport has a VOR. Every big one of them. Cool, huh? And that's what makes Rush the best. They're amazing in that regard, because, yeah, that's what they did. Yeah, of course, David. They dial into the radio. Yeah, using a radio beacon to find an airport is how we still do things to this day. I mean, to be fair, like any pilot, if there's any pilots that are watching, it's not just the radio beacon. That's actually antiquated tech. We've been doing that for a long time. An ILS, an instrument landing system, is doing the same thing. ILS is a more localized signal that allows planes to hone in on the runway. That's how planes can seemingly land without, like in a cloudy condition, without seeing the runway at all. Now that's being replaced by RNAV, VNAV, and GPS, right? Like GPS is pretty damn accurate. It'll help you find the runway real easily. But, you know, the industry, I'm not saying the industry is slow to adopt, because at this point it's not, but you gotta be careful. You know, you don't want to go too fast with this stuff, considering how incredibly safe, like, planes are nowadays, you know, like some planes. But yeah, that's what that song is about. It's the VOR. Yeah, that's how, yeah, I mean, back in the day, like, if you were flying, like, a B-17 out to Hawaii, right? There's no GPS. How the heck do you know where the damn airport is? I mean, you have a navigator. Anybody that's been watching Masters of the Air knows what I'm talking about. But also, homing in on a broadcast on a locator beacon makes it a little bit easier. Yeah, of course, Jens. Frick this hill. Yeah, the other way to do it would be to use a sextant. Yeah, and use the stars to navigate. Hopefully it's not cloudy. No more hill. Do modern airliners have sextants on board? No. No, I don't think so. So, we figured out that you really can't, we probably can't put a farm here. It's way too rocky. Even if we could place one down, it's not gonna let us see the borders. That's not gonna work. I'll find another thing to put here. I'm sure we could think of something. Having flat terrain is pretty dang useful. Here's what I wanted to do. Now, watch. First thing we gotta do, go in here like this. I need to get rid of some of this road. Okay? The next thing I want to do is this this river here. It's a pretty nice river. And what we're gonna do, let's go this way with it. Alright. So why are we doing this? Well, I don't know if you guys saw a little while ago, I was doing a little bit of surveying out here with the gravel. There's no gravel here. See this terrain that's underwater? That's fertile terrain. But, you know, I'm not gonna just destroy the river and fill it in. No, it's me. There has to be some lore behind it. So guess what? We leveled that hill. And we used the dirt to fill this area in for more farmland. Because we can, okay? Because we freaking can. Oh, is this a Netherlands playthrough? Yeah. Ausverdict, or whatever you call it. Now, I like to confine myself to some type of realistic standards here. So what we're gonna do, yeah, we're building this canal. Go. Now, this isn't the end of the story. What we're gonna do? Is that the end of the story? No, son. In order to prevent the proper erosion, we will build this out like this. Yes. Perfect. Sorry, I just noticed that over here there's no gravel under the soil, so, you know, we leveled the hill and we used that dirt to do what we're doing right now. It makes sense. It's science, guys. Alright, it's in the Geneva Convention. Yeah, it'll make the rice grow bigger. We are just but a humble farmer tending to our means. I mean, rice. Is it, though? I don't know. Are you questioning my authority, Geek? How about you face the wall, please? You must be capitalist spy. What's wrong with you? Yeah, we need to grow potatoes for vodka. Yeah, the bulldozers need to refuel. Pause the game for a second. Or actually, crap, it was our... Yeah, see, the bulldozers are refueling. Gotta let them refuel, and then we pause the game again. I actually had it unpaused for a second there. There's wall for everyone. Hey, average house has 4 people, average house has 4 walls. It's fine. What is wrong with wall? You need picture? No, you are in timeout. Just sit there and face the wall until the lights come back on. How big did your city, Skyline City, get in the end? 500,000? And then the game was so ridiculously slow that it was really impossible to do anything, Hans. Yeah, it got so slow. Like, I would implement changes and I don't even know what I was changing because I wouldn't be able to see the effects of any changes for, like, hours. Okay, so we go all the way across this bay here. Level off a little bit more. We could probably fit 5 more fields, I'd say at least. What's the distances we're talking here? Let's go from there to there. The distance of 5 fields is 2,800 feet, so. And there doesn't seem to be any damn gravel deposits here at all. So... Hey, Zizep, you got a new job offer, and you said yes. All right, man. Watch your reaction to Starship. The launch was freaking awesome. Oh, I'll be honest with you, it was probably one of the worst launch commentaries I've ever provided. But the reason why is because I didn't know what to say. My brain was trying to parse what was going on and nothing was coming out just other than, oh my god, what is happening right now? That looked like a nice stretch. Oh yeah, it was good. It was good. Yes, yes. Brain int, indeed. Dude, I couldn't believe what I was watching. I'll talk more about it. I was kind of saving this spaceflight talk for NASA Spaceflight Live tonight. Me and Jack are gonna geek out. Like, I didn't provide any insightful commentary, Brad. I was just going, oh my gosh, oh my gosh, oh my gosh, oh my gosh, oh my gosh. You know, like, it's, you know, I'm not gonna apologize for it, I guess. Like, I kind of did, but like, also, like, I'm trying to not, like, trying to give some good commentary, but I couldn't, dude. I couldn't believe what we were seeing. That was out of this world, man. The freaking shockwaves, man. I mean, it fit the rest of the mood, though. Yeah, sometimes, Snib, like, that's the thing, dude. I try to play off you guys sometimes. Like, I try not to do a Falcon Heavy every time, even though that's what I kind of am thinking. You know, remember when the Falcon Heavy test flight where the rocket was roaring and I'm like, roar! Your money is now our money and we will spend it on drugs! You know, like, I was trying not to mastodon at it, but I couldn't help it. Like, that was the vibe, so I kind of rolled with it, you know what I mean? Yeah, you basically did a crispy scream. Who needs water? We have crops to grow, Jens. Do not tip the food rappers loudly. Reconsider it to others, or I will bite your torso, give you a disease. Yeah, 4 and 5, dude. It is such a privilege to be able to see plasma flow phenomenon on a vehicle being streamed to us in real time. Not even Dragon has that. Like, dude, I was saying it. Something changed. I don't know what it is, man. Something changed. Something changed. I'm just like, this. What time is NSF? In about 2 hours. 2 hours and 15 from now. Do not explain the plot. If you don't understand, you should not be. Yeah, Ernox, see, I knew you'd get that one. I still can't get over the plasma. Dude, the plasma flow was nuts. And guys, that was V1. That was V1. you imagine once SpaceX gets the attitude control and everything figured out, and like they tweak this, get the guidance right and everything, we will straight up get like re-entry streamed to us like all the time. Like I guarantee you they'll be able to nail one. You guys got to remember, that thing had bandwidth like you would not believe. It was communicating through Starship and Tidris. Now, like I said, that doesn't seem like a big deal, but with Starship, you're going to get great bandwidth, and you can use Tidris for all the telemetry, which is no doubt what they were doing, right? They were using the high bandwidth throughput for optics. That's why we got 1080p pictures from freaking space. From space, dude. Like, that's... With bandwidth like that, yeah, they'll be able to stream all the way through in the future, no doubt. Brandon, it looked like Kerbal. It looked like KSP. There, I said it. Not ashamed. It looks like KSP. It actually looks like KSP. And it made me, best part made me want to play Kerbal again. I'm jonesing. I want mission mode. Let's finish with this. We're gonna finish this up and then we're going back. We have to go back. You have to go back with me. Where? Back to the future. Like I'm like, okay, we have to. I don't know what I'm gonna do, but yeah, like, dude, like I said, something changed. Something changed. I don't know. Feels different. Feels like we're in the future or something, man. I don't know what's going on. I don't know what to do with my hands. Probably explodes on the pad. Thanks for that. Kitos. Jag off. You guys enjoying the RimWorld noises? It's okay to say you're simply awestruck. Yeah, God, I couldn't find the words, man. I couldn't find the words. My brain, I was trying. Like, I saw the roll rate, and I saw that it wasn't good, but all that came out of my mouth was just that. Well, yeah, it's rolling. That's not good. It looks like there was an induced roll rate from the LOX dump, from what I can tell. That's not me looking at anything but the footage that you guys saw. It looks like there was induced roll from the liquid oxygen dump. Perhaps it was because of solid oxygen buildup on the vent line was vectoring the thrust in a different direction. That would be my guess. I mean, Timmy did. I heard that Timmy said that there was ice forming on the vents, which makes sense. It's possible. But yeah, I think because you know, you look at it all the way up to main engine cutoff, right? It's perfectly stable, right? Obviously, you have thrust vector control there. So after the engine shut off, it's still stable for a little while, then the cameras go for a little while, and then you come back, and it started rolling. Now, why did I think it started rolling? I think the thing started rolling because on IFT2, they did the liquid oxygen dump, right, on ascent, and that caused the vehicle to blow up, which, not cool. That was not a very cash money moment. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, bud. We are going to build lots of fields. Right? So that probably wasn't a very pro-gamer move. So they waited till they were on orbit to vent. And I think that the vent lines did cause a roll rate on the vehicle. But once again, that's just EJ's wild speculation. We'll talk about it more for NASA Spaceflight Live tonight. I'm so looking forward to this. Oh, dude, I'm telling you, man. Like, I don't try to get like, oh, whoa, dude, something changed, man. I don't do that. Like, I don't talk about that. But this, I can't help but say, like, I can't help but kind of mention that it feels like we turned a page yesterday in spaceflight history. You know? We really, really did. It was nuts. What we saw yesterday was insane. That stuff I would have dreamed about when I started streaming like 12 plus years ago, dude. This is the kind of stuff we would dream about. We would do it in KSP. It'd be like, man, it'd be so cool if somebody did this in real life. We're at that point. It's wild, man. Like, I can't even find the words right now, dude. I'm getting goosebumps just thinking about it. Like nerd chills. Like this is ridiculous. How did this happen? How did we get here? Like, what happened? How's that? This is what I mean when I say I want scale. We need scale. That's important. I unpaused for a second and let the bulldozers refuel. Yeah, Brand, Shuttle 2.0. It is. They were opening and closing the payload bay door. It seems like they did some checkouts with the Pez dispenser, but yeah, who knows? I'm not sure. Is EJ gonna use boats this time? Well, Jens, the other reason why I did this is that this does set me up for a port in the future, if I wanted it. We basically can make a port right here. That was the whole idea, but for right now, it's just for farms. See? We diverted the river. Isn't that cool? And we did it in a meaningful way. Yeah, Boone, I diverted it. Remember the hill that was here? We have lore. There was a hill right here, and there was a hill right here. I leveled that, filled this area in, and then I leveled that hill and filled that area in. Because I can. Let's get our measuring tool back out. What distances are we looking for here, roughly? Yeah, it's 2,800 feet again. We're not in for 5 fields just yet, but we have the space to do it. I gotta let the bulldozers refuel, and yeah, we're gonna have to move their road depot forward, guys, because we can only fit 4 in a row here. NASA better get their head out of their tail. I mean, yeah, dude. can't believe yesterday happened. Can't believe that. It's... Yeah. Just... It's messing with me. Like, I'm having a crisis over here. Yeah, Fyodor, right? Dude, what did we just witness? We just witnessed the future, man. Like, you know I don't get like this unless I don't get like super hype and say like this stuff lightly, but we just witnessed the damn future. That was a glimpse into where we could be. And boy, was that not, that didn't suck. I like that future. How does a brick bridge look here? Oh, very farm-esque. Yeah, we're doing that. 100 tons of bricks. Living the future is awesome. I love living in the future. Like, dude, Elon actually posted, he actually had a post on X that was actually about spaceflight for a change. Ho-ho, zinger! No, yeah, you guys know where that is. So he said that the vehicle could move. Starship V2 and V3 is baselined at 200 tons reusable, which is just. How much wood would that take? 24 tons of boards. Ooh, a wood bridge would be way cheaper. And this road doesn't, you don't need stuff to go quickly over this road. So actually, I changed my mind. You didn't read my Prime sub, face the wall. Hey there, can you recap what you're planning building right now? Farms. Sierra, I plan on scaling farms here, big time. I was kind of running through a theory for early game after I screwed up Gnocchi Grad so ridiculously bad. Yeah, I was thinking about where I want to go with this. Well, where I want to go with this is... Look, man, we had all those damn crops. We had crops for days, right? Export them. Find a way to quickly export them. You don't need workers to do that. You can pad your cash in like the first year in game, or like at least by 61, you start padding your cash like crazy by exporting insane amount of crops. So I'm building up a farm. You can't build farms really well into the hills. There's too much gravel. So I dug a river channel here and I reclaimed this lowland right here. Well, the train tracks are right there. So if we put the farm right here, just load that farm down with vehicles, gravel out this road, right? Put a grain silo right here, or two, right? Yeah, we're talking 20,000 ton output here. You know, you do the math out, you know, you're exporting 2,000 tons a month, right? And that's including like building an alcohol factory, food factory, livestock, whatever. If we do all that, and you know, we can export crazy crops, and you don't need any labor to do that. You don't need to outfit the city, so you can pad your cash so we can build the city right. Two output silos, one for you and one for export. Yeah. Oh, Force, there you go. That's a good idea. That's a great idea, actually. Alright, bulldozers are refueled. So here, let's put down the farms here. demolishing it screws the fertility on the field, but it's alright. So we have 20 fields. We're gonna have 20 fields when we're done here. That's, yeah, that will be significant. There will be a chosen one. It will be significant. Good. I just need one more temporary road depot here. And then I gotta relocate these bulldozers. Oh, we can't. Crap. Do we have an idea of the number of vehicles needed to work 20 fields? Just curious. No. We're gonna need to fill up a large farm for 20 fields, dude. We might even need 2 large farms, but that's partially the reason why I graded out over here as well. You know, I graded it out over here, so if we can't tend to all the fields right, you know, we're still close to the tracks right here. See what I'm talking about? Still close to the train tracks. We could still export. But I really, really want my farm to be out here. We should be able to do it. I'm not worried. I'm gonna have to come up with a little better solution in a freaking dirt crossing like this. But yeah, placing the fields down and getting that all figured out is good for now. Yeah, I gotta dump that. We can't level the other fields until that bridge is built. I could just I could just putz around with the terrain though if I really wanted to fill in the rest of this land. But we'd also have to level out the hill. So we'll go with 18 for now, right? Then we could always expand over here as well. Would it be possible to connect the road next to the channel so it will split the fields into left and right? Level the land under the bridge. I suppose we could do that as a temporary measure if you want. Just to get the bulldozers out there, like, it's gonna look a little strange. I eventually want to build the bridge. But, yeah, that'll work. We're gonna have to unpause for a second. We'll get them out here so we can Putz around with all the terrain. So those bulldozers are all going to start moving. They're going to drive all the way down there. Dude, look at that. Now that's a farm. Now that's how you make a farm. Man. That's how you farm. And we could, like I said, we could always expand out here. Cut into the hill and we could double it. I'm not sure about being able to place fields here, though. Yeah. H. Over here, though, absolutely expandable. Good. I assume the water modeling isn't about to flood. Yeah, no, there's no fluid dynamics in here. That's one thing that Cities 1 has over this game. The water simulation in Cities is amazing. Really, really good. Alright, well the bulldozers are coming down the pipe. I'm just gonna use the restroom real quick. I'll be right back. I have to go take a piss. I will be right back. That's the lyrics to the song. Look it up. Here yet? No, Jens, I wasn't lying. Those are the lyrics. Come on. Come on. Those are the lyrics. I'm sorry. I thought this was America. Have you seen this? That's the stabilized footage, 415? Yeah. Oh, you know what? Those bulldozers are gonna need to refuel. And when they go to refuel, they're going to have to drive all the way back there and then all the way back again. We'll work on something else while they're doing that. Traffic jam. Traffic jam. Hey, a Cessna. All right. Maybe buy a killdozer. Sometimes reasonable men must do unreasonable things. Sometimes. Dude, Chief, did you see the YouTuber Whistling Diesel? Cody bought one. He bought one. He bought a Cat 335. He bought a killdozer. He bought the frickin' bulldozer. Same one. Not the exact one. The exact one was scrapped because. Okay. But he bought a similar. He bought the same style of bulldozer, which is, dude, that thing is a tank. It's bigger than a tank, which I'm kind of cool with. That's really sweet. You know, you can say whatever you want about that dude, but I'm not gonna sit here and pretend like if I didn't have that fat YouTube money, like we wouldn't be sitting here buying construction equipment all day. Dude, no, I would absolutely be doing that. I can't sit here and just pretend like, oh, what are you gonna do with a big bulldozer? Dude, I would absolutely be buying that stuff. I would be buying big freaking gigantic construction equipment and what are you gonna do? Move freaking dirt with it. That's what I'm gonna do, okay? The killdozer guy. Yeah. Sometimes reasonable men must do unreasonable things. Did he take it anywhere interesting? No. Oh, very nice, goalie. Gee. Oh. That's GBOAC. Or no, it's BOAD, I think. Yeah. Oh, hey, baby. Hello. That's the Concorde restoration. Oh. I don't hate what I'm seeing right here. Yeah, that's pretty good. But yeah, guys, I'd be sitting here buying Cat D11s. Like, and LMTVs and, like, tanks and stuff. Because that's... What aren't you going to be able to do with, like, a Cat, like a 335 excavator or 245D excavator? I'd be doing that. I'd buy heavy equipment all day. I'd buy a freaking crane. I'd buy a telescoping lever crane because go get a hoisting license. You have that YouTube money. I'm telling you, man, the YouTubers and influencers that are out there that are just buying Lambos and thinking that's a flex. That ain't no flex. What are you talking about, man? Buy an excavator. Learn how to use it. That's a flex. I agree with Whistling on this on this front. I'm with you. That's a flex, baby. You know? Like, oh yeah, I bought a Lambo, I'm flex. No. I don't care. No. Absolutely not. No. That's not flexing. Every YouTuber who has a lot of money has that. Has like an exotic. No. Buy an excavator. That's the new flex. Don't mind me. I'm just filling the air, guys. I'm just talking out of my tail. But I seriously though, if we had that YouTube money, we'd be buying construction equipment. Hey, I told you come down. Oh, the bulldozers didn't go. All right, cool. We can pause the game again. Excellent. Yes. Dozer my vans. How many farm vehicles will you need for this? I haven't gotten that far, O-Force, but it shouldn't be too much. But see, like, you know, I saw some people saying, like, Boone, I don't know if you're still in chat. Boone was saying, like, you know, you're not going to make much on the crops. Yeah, but it's not much invested. Think about it. Making the farm in the grain silo, that's the biggest expense here. The equipment? That's not an expense. That's nothing. buying all the equipment to run this thing, the building the grain silo and the construction depot, and then the fuel probably is going to be the worst part of this whole thing. Like, it's not a big deal. Heavy drilling equipment? Chief, we'd buy whatever, dude. I'm serious. Like, I would be like just Bob the Builder, but in like YouTube form. Will you fertilize the fields? Miles, yeah. If we do, then fertilizer is going to be a big expense. But we don't necessarily need to, dude. Like... Dude, I'd buy trains. Yeah, Chief, I've said, like, I always forget the name of the damn place. That proving ground, the train proving ground that's in Colorado. Dude, we'd be doing that. We'd be doing that. I'd buy a train set. A model train set, but it's not model trains. It'd just be real trains. And we would just drive the trains around. Hey, Mr. Beast did it. Make it work. Saturday night train racing. Brand, dude, the hell with Saturday night racing. If I had that YouTube money, I'd just build a race. We'd build a racetrack. Just build a track and actually do Saturday night racing. Like what Cleater does almost. I would just do that. Like Friday night racing, that would be a real thing. We'll do like 24-hour lemons. And everybody, like, have everybody street like this. Dude, this is what I mean, man. These, like, I must be missing something, dude, because I don't make like millions of dollars off this. This is just a job, right? Like, but, like, see, Cleater has the right idea. This is why I like Cleater, because that's the kind of stuff you should be doing, man. Buying a freaking racetrack. Now that's a good idea. Yeah, get the G-Tel running. Exactly. Get the only flight-capable F-14. Actually, I thought about this. You know what we would do? So, for whatever reason, there's a lot of people that A, fly Harriers, and B, worked on Harriers that watch this stream. I know a bunch of Harrier mechanics, and I know a bunch of Harrier pilots. That's all I'm saying. That's what we do. Find one of those. Find an old one. Everything's for sale. Let's go. Yeah, Geeson, exactly. You know those episodes of Top Gear where they race like RVs and stuff? Oh, we'd do that. Yeah, absolutely. Like that's what I'm saying, man. You know, like, this is why I appreciate, you know, guys like Mr. Beast, Cletus, you know, Whistling. This is the stuff that's the stuff you should be doing, man. Like, just for no other reason than because you freaking can. Like, Mr. Beast recreated Squid Game because he could. Because that's awesome. Right? That's hilarious. Which brings us to the 747 subject. Oh, dude, we'd be doing it, man. We'd be doing it. We gotta figure out ways to make this happen, man. Adam qualified 15th for Sebring in GTD. Good. Awesome. Geek, you see the green car? The green car is screwing with me because I'm like, wait, that's not the car I saw. Oh, yeah. I wish I could be down there, dude. Not enough Pepsi points to fly the Harrier. I get that reference, Megabytes. I got that reference. I understand that reference. Can you imagine Geek doing that as a job? I'm not gonna say that I'm envious, dude, but I respect it. I respect the hell out of it. The people that get to do that as a job all the time. That's awesome. I respect the hell out of that. It's so cool. What job? Yeah, I know. That's like what I do here, man. It's ridiculous, dude. Ridiculous. That's what I do. We'll fix an MP44 while we're at it. An MP44?
Listen, Tranquility Base here.
Tip my vans!
The Eagle has landed.
Tip my vans! One step closer to the dream. Or $1.54 steps closer to the dream. Thanks, man. Background noise, best employee. There you go. I don't mind being people's background noise. That doesn't bother me. That's never bothered me. I make fine foreground music too? Hey, alright, cool. That's fine. I'm good. I'm good with that. The bulldozers are running out of fuel. C1 over there is parked. Hey, Squish. I've been meaning to ask you about your plans for the solar eclipse. I don't have any, dude. I might have other things that I'm doing. I don't know. I still get partial eclipse where I'm at, so... I'm more of a mid-ground kind of guy. I don't think I'm really superstitious, just a little bit stitious. There's a huge difference between partial and total. Okay? Alright. Back to which you came. Be gone! I am very disappointed. Too many stones, huh? I only see a little bit of stones. I see 4 stones. 4 crates. Oh, we can weasel it in there. Nice. Good. Perfect. Now that's a farm. Nice, Squish. There you go. Oh, hold on 1 second. Hold on a second. You're a killer when he picked up Z phone with me to be last left a little red button on the bottom. Keep going, Cap. Dude. Keep going, dude. You'll get one. Everything happens for a reason, you know? Was this the other one, Bran? Dude. What's happening right now? Yeah, this is me right now. Can I just... Yeah. We went ooga booga caveman brain. Fire! You know, like that's what's happening, man. Like, jeez. Ooga booga! Caveman brain! That's what happened. Fire! 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 Palabras! Fire! Yeah, that could have been a thing, T-Man. Could have been a thing. How's the farm set up? What do you think? I diverted the river. Took some liberties with the terrain. Fire in the disco. Oh, jeez. Right, Pins? It's so wild, dude. say. Is this a mega farm? No, this is Patrick. Yes. Yeah, man. That's what I'm trying to do. Oh, nice, goalie. Cool. Neat. I haven't spent any dollars, Kathy. We had 700 Gs. I've spent 70,000 rubles on construction equipment thus far. This is a new save, Facha. My other one folded because I couldn't get the heating right and everybody left. And I couldn't, I cred maxed myself out and basically went bankrupt. This is the same map, guys, that I was playing Gnocchi Grad on. It's just the other side, the exact opposite side of the map. See? This is where we were working before. St. Pastaberg was right here. Was right here. That's what it looked like before I got my hands on it. Yeah, and then the refinery was over here. Near Hubarki or Stugorsk. Couldn't get it done in time, dude. I am not making same mistake. Gotta make it look good, man. That's the whole premise for this. Nice. Now that's a farm. Now that's how you farm. Sped up 3 times. Did I starship correctly? It looks right to me. Is it just me, or is there a constant urge to start all over in this game? Yep, all the time. Funky, that's why I'm going slow. I haven't built anything yet. I just planned everything. We haven't actually built anything. I just got set up so we can move terrain around and plan everything out. That's it. That's all I've done. Yeah. It's only missing water in between each field. Just pretend. There's water. There is water in between the fields. Reminder, you're unpaused. Oh, thank you. I left a little gap right there. Oh my gosh, why would I do that? Oh well. I'm very proud of this. I'm proud of this work. How did the last city work out? Just fine. Nothing bad happened. You don't need bus stations for the fields, Funky Monkey. The farm will do it itself. Nothing bad happened. It was fine. The last one. Alright. Okay, so that's figured out. What should we work on next? I'm kind of thinking. What should we do? We could work on the farm setup. I mean, that, while we're here, yeah, that's probably a good idea. All right, so we need storages. No, that's no. Farm. Do cars need to use fuel stations? Yeah, of course. Okay, that obviously needs to go there, and we're gonna need train tracks for it as well. Good. I wanted to get that in before the Y and before the... Hang on a second. No good. Not adequate. There needs to be a crisscross here. Like that. So if I'm exporting, they can go. They can export to NATO, which is that one, or Warsaw Pact. All we want to know is who, what, where, and why. No. I'm sorry, I can't. I'm afraid I can't do that. What are your thoughts on train versus vehicles? Depends on what you're trying to do, Oaf, to be honest with you.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Hey, Admana, 101 months in honor of the F-101 Voodoo. A decent but not amazing interceptor. It's not a bad plane. Okay, farm is gonna feed into the silo, right? And we're absolutely going to need a road in and out. This silo has an in and out connection. So... Okay, W, see ya. Good night. The farm can produce crops. And... yeah, hold on. Hold on a second. Does the farm have space for a second silo? Yeah, of course. I'm getting to that. Don't forget to build a fire station. Yep. Were you still gonna have livestock? That's what I'm thinking about right now, Metric. Yeah. So... how we covered with Big Dog in case of fires? Big Dog is over there in Sokovo. Big Dog is here, though. We got Big Dog back. Big Dog! But we can really only use Big Dog once because Big Dog can't refuel until I get power to this place. He won't be able to refuel. There is fuel there, though. Back, what happened? I don't know. When's the last time you were here? What happened? I don't know. You tell me. Yeah, we could have... well, there's fuel out there, Cappy, and you need power. That's the big one. So that's mass crops for export. Now we're gonna need crops for the factory. So We need... Okay. I wonder if there's one of these in game, at least some mod for it. A diesel generator. That would be useful. A little diesel generator. That's not a bad idea. I was wondering that would be nice to be able to get power remote really quickly, but yeah, you gotta run the damn fuel truck out there. I lost what I was doing. All right. Food factory. We're not gonna necessarily make the food factory first, but I think we should work off theoretical maximums, right? The maximum production per workday is 19 tons of food. So that thing can make 19 tons every day. Wait, workday. Ooh. No, caffeine. It's all good. It's all good. Fellas, per workday, is that every 24 hours, or is that it says workday? That's got to be 24 hours. So that's going 3 shifts, maximum production, 19 tons of food, consumes 41 tons of crops. Depends on your citizens' loyalty. I understand that. So, Simon, say they were 100% loyal. Say they were 100% loyal. What's our maximum output here? Yeah, I'm not sure about work days here. Do we have a labor secretary here? Oh, okay, Element. Workday in a production building is a calendar day. It's confusing. Got it. So the maximum output here. Let's say that's consuming 41 tons of crops per day. Okay? So now we do 41 times 365 days. Oh. I'm thinking. I'm not finished, Clegman. Yeah, I'm not finished, dude. Give me a second. Thank you. Guys, I got a question. So you see how there's tracks right here? Do the factory output connections still go? Can they go across the... You know what? I'll just test it. Let's just test it with something with it. Oh, it does. Oh, yep. We got this in the bag. Yeah, we got this in the bag, Rose. Alright, so the farm is going to equally distribute between the two silos. We have 10 fields. That should theoretically give me 20,000 a year. I don't think we're going to ever hit maximum output for this. But if we do, we can always add more farms. But this should make it... Like, the food factory could be running at 80%, and that's the only way you would exhaust all the crops. In which case, we would have enough food to feed everybody, all 6,400 people on this map if we need to, every year. No problem. That's what we need. I'm a certified farmer with a dang old toothpick in my mouth, that's right. And if we incorporate the damn train tracks in here, boy, we're gonna make this work really well. Don't forget alcohol. I didn't. The throughput here is kind of annoying. I would like to be able to connect both of the tracks in. I think we might be able to get it done this way. A little bit of a tight corner for the trains, but I want that in there. We need to have that. Now we need roads. Where we're going, we do actually need these. Cool. Good. All right. So, this thing can elevate across this, right? So now we got a place for our food factory. We can do food and alcohol over here, right? Let's think about this. Where do we want these? We want them near each other. What worked for me best in the past is having a bus station that's equidistant, right? And also, we're going to need parking lots. Do we need crops for domestic stuff to output anywhere else? We do. We're going to need, so we need food, alcohol, and then if we do a livestock farm, right? Fabric. Dude, there's no way we're gonna have enough, at least in the initial game, to get this all done, but I'll plan it out just in case. Factory connections. I don't think the factory connections can cross regular rail lines, though. Can they? No way. Say I did place that down. No. Yeah, that's what I thought. I noticed the, when I placed the farm, the row ad is on the wrong side. Gotta mirror it. There we go. Perfect. Alright. Now, what else? There's really no way for the railroad tracks to get out of there. And honestly, this line is just in case I need to bring in crops or export extra. Just in case. Like, it's very unlikely that I'll actually need this, but I'm putting in the provisions for it in just because. Like, you might as well. You're here. At least put in the plan so you know not to build anything there. You don't necessarily have to build all of it. Is there any benefit to using your silos as a grain bus? What do you mean? Need to plan with water in mind as well. Yep. Yep. Oh god, I'm whistling the tunes. That's the design. I got it. I got it. I know what I want to do. Get rid of that. Get rid of that. Let's go here. Do the food factory right here. Have one factory output. Out to the coast. Once again, I'm gonna build in the right of way for the tracks. It would probably be better to do that. Now we need the distillery right here. Like that. Now where's the road output? Road output's that way. Road outputs, I was trying to make it so the road outputs are facing away. The reason why is because I want a warehouse, right? I'm gonna go in here. We gotta go into storage. Where are ya? Warehouse. Big warehouse. Bigger warehouse. This warehouse, we have output from the distillery and the farm, and the food factory into one area. See? That's good. That's what we want. The only thing I'm kind of worried about here now is pedestrians getting to their destination. Sort of like your vertical bus system, as in farm inputs into one silo. You can't change silos unless you have forklifts, Aqualux. Yeah, over a long enough distance, the belt, you can't use the conveyor belts like that. Good idea, though. I like where your mind's at. But yeah, see, these connections only have about a 300 meter, or no, 300 feet, so it's a 100 meter range. Actually, like it's a 50 meter range before you have to add forklifts in for them to move. If it's close like this, then it just works like a, conveyor belt. Can you use the built-in rails on the silos? For what? Moving the crops around? To transfer between silos. Well, yeah, of course. I just don't see the need when we could do it automatically. You're adding a step. I mean, like, maybe for transfer down the road, like, but if you're going to do something like that, a railway distribution office is a must. So, just something to ponder. Because it's not a bad idea. I'm kind of, I don't hate it. Once again, these tracks that I'm placing, they're just in case. I don't know what I'd need for in the future. We'll probably never build that one, but I want to keep everything out of the railways right away in case I need to change something. Okay. Cool. Yeah, I got you, man. I got you. It's not a bad idea. I don't hate it. Alright, now we gotta go into liquids here for a second. Because we have a fertilizer. We have fertilizer that we have to hook up here. That's for loading fertilizer in, so we could fertilize the fields. Okay, fine. Perfect. Alright. So, this gives us food, plenty of alcohol when we need it. Once again, we're gonna be export crop focused for a little while. Hey, Predominant, what's up, man? So with a livestock farm, we need access to these crops, right? Do we need crops for anything else here? No. Livestock hall, livestock farm, slaughterhouse, meat storage. Clothes. Do we want livestock or do we want clothes, Ice? This is where I'm kind of like, how are we gonna do this, right? Because we could go with a fabric shop. Here, let's see if we can get away with it. We might be able to fit both of them in. I actually think it's very possible that we could. So let's go down in here. Livestock. Close. It does work over the rails, Make. Yeah. That's actually super, super useful. It doesn't work over the rails here, though. See, it won't pick up on them. It only works one way over the rails. I got another idea. Let's try... Damn. I am in a quandary. Probably another facility would be good. You might have made that work by remaking the distillery road after. Alright. I think I found another way to do this. Yeah, I think we're in business here. Let's try that. Now let's go into clothes. Fabric. See, the problem is, with a fabric factory, it has to go into a clothes factory. I don't know if I could fit a clothes factory here and a fabric factory. And ideally, the clothing factory would be better to go into a warehouse. But this is assuming that, you know, we'll get that far anyway. A lot of this stuff is just down the road. Like, we're not going to build all this stuff now. We need to make money. Could always have them output into that warehouse, though. Move the road down a bit. All right. Well, let's see. Can the clothes go off the other grain silo? Well, that grain silo is ideally for exports. That's for export only. And between all the fields that we have, we should have enough to fill these basically every year. Or at least close. Like, the point is we're going to have more crops than we know what to do with. So, I suppose building the clothes factory on the other side of the tracks is not the worst idea. But that screws with my whole input-output thing that I'm trying to do, you know? Or like import-export. Not import-export, like domestic crops versus crops that were surplus, like we're going out. And I want to leave I didn't want to move this road down, Ice, because, well, I need room for bus stops, first of all, and then we also need room for parking lots. Lots of them. I want cars. That wasn't even enough room for them. I know. If you're looking at me funny, yeah, I know, you're right. I want a lot of cars. I thought that would be really cool. You gonna make a pavement paradise? I'm gonna try. Parking lot full of red cars, yes. Alright, let's try this. Okay. Now, if we can just fit livestock in here and get a connection, I'm good. This is good enough planning for the future. Bro. Let's go! Alright! Work's going on the orbital launch mount. Alright. I know the fabric factory should ideally be outputting to more. I know. Yeah, I know it should, but... In the warehouse? I don't know, man. We might have to make a trade-off. I don't know how to, like... We might have to have a trade-off of some kind. Just run fabric with half the workers and you're good to go. They didn't update the next spaceflight app. It says 6:39. Hold on. Huh. Yeah, Loopy, I don't know. It's weird. Yeah, dude, I want all parking lots right here. But we still need a good spot for the bus station. reach everywhere here on foot. How do you build with automatically put down the connection? How do you build with automatically putting down? It does it by default. If you hold left control, it'll shut it off. If that's what you're asking. Once again, I'm building out the whole thing here. Well, alright. At least I know there's room for parking lots. What kind of workforces are we talking about here? Well, we know we're gonna have... Hang on. Whispers something about container stands. What? I don't know what that means. Waste from factories. I getcha. That's good enough for that one. That's good for that one. That's good enough for that one. And this will be good enough for another one over there. Thank you. Good call. I mean, it's not like we don't have extra space here. Just throw it in the river. Yeah, I like that idea. It's a good idea. So, let's think about this further. What roads need to be paved? I'm serious. and we should pave roads. What roads need to be paved? I think every road going to a factory or a warehouse should be paved. Actually, where's the... Okay, yeah. All the roads going to factories and warehouses should be paved. You gotta remember, there's always gonna be people that need to get there. Now, the roads that are access for the farm, gravel. Gravel. You don't... They're not gonna be working in the winter. You don't need to worry about plowing the roads. So gravel roads for the farm is gonna make sense. Yeah, the launch got delayed apparently a little bit. But yeah, we got a Starlink tonight, dude. Actually, if it delayed to NSF Live, which is pretty sweet. That road does not need to be a road with lights, just a regular road. Same with that one. Same with that one. This needs to be a road with street lights. That needs to be a road with street lights. So does that. Actually, people are gonna walk out of here, so I'll do street lights to the bus depot. Any road where people are gonna walk, we're gonna need that. We'll just pave that road for now. I don't know what that road's doing. Bree's calling. What's up, Bree? You're on the stream.
I had an idea, and I think it helps both you and me.
Okay.
So you have to go to NASA's space flight, and I have to walk. And I don't want to walk, and I need a distraction. So why don't I talk to Chet while you're talking to NASA's space flight? Or is that not...
I can't do that.
No?
No,
Okay.
technical limitation. Sorry.
Darn it. I thought it would work. I was like, maybe if he I don't know.
The computer has one audio channel capturing OBS. I can't do two at once.
Alright. Sorry, were you logging off then?
No.
Oh, I thought, doesn't NSF start in like half an hour?
Yeah.
Okay. Alright, that was all.
All right, baby. I'm sorry.
It's alright.
How were your
Idea.
How was your nuggies?
My nuggies were great.
Some of those nuggies.
I'm shocked I'm walking right now. So, I don't know how it happened, but I managed to yell myself enough to do it. And I'm at... 1.4 miles.
Nice. Make it 3.
No! You're lucky you're getting 2. I feel like... What?
3.5. Chat. That's what chat said.
That's not how this works. See, you think you can be mean to me and it's motivating, and it's not. Whenever
I'm not being mean to
everybody's
you.
mean to me in gym class, and that's why I hate gym class. I've never been athletic, so when people just pointed out how unathletic I was, it made me angry.
When's the last time you took a gym class?
That's my point. Why do you think I don't take them? Because I hate it. Don't push me. I push me enough.
Uh,
Oh, wait.
I have to go now. I'll see you later. Bye. I love you.
You don't have to leave at all. You just don't want to talk to me.
You guys told me to abort, so I aborted. Was that not the right thing to do? Run! Face the wall, please. Engage the west, the wife escape system. Abort, eject, pull the ripcord. You know. How screwed are you? I'm fine. She knows we're just messing around. Be like Starship and disappear. I do have to get ready for NSF Live here in a second, but yeah. So paved road there. Street light road there. Oh crap. Oh crap, she's calling back. Oh balls. Oh balls. Oh balls. Oh balls, we're screwed. Hi.
I just wanted you and Chad to know that I don't know that we're messing around, and that you're the biggest jerk in the world, and that I hate you. Because you hung off on me, and how dare you do that to me? I love you. Of course I know you're just kidding me. I almost fell off the treadmill.
I gotta go.
I love you.
I love you
Chad,
too.
we're cool.
What? Say that again.
Chad, we're cool.
All right. I'm gonna hang up now. I love you. I'll see you later. Bye.
I love you too. Bye.
Bye. I don't know. I don't know if that was a I'm fine or I'm fine. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? I'm not entirely sure. Yeah. If you know the difference between those two statements, you know the difference between those two statements. You know, if it's I'm fine, then you're good. But if it's I'm fine, very different. Very different. You're in trouble. You gotta get her flowers? I do that anyway, dude. You know, when you're ahead, play with house money, you know what I'm saying? Alright, pretty sure you're full. No, we're good. We don't air out our business on the stream. If we do it as a joke. Oh God, Brimo, no. Oh, jeez, why? No. Don't bring up Love is Blind in here. I hate everyone on that show. I like hate. Really, really not a fan. Like I hate all of you. Alright. Okay, we're gonna save and I'm gonna bugger off to NSF for a little while. We got a good thing going here for the farm. What I need to do, and we'll do this after NSF, I have to figure out a good throughway to get down to the farm. That's just temporary. That is just a temporary thing. Yeah, we need to find a better way to get down there, down to the fields, a quicker way to do it. Yeah, I know, Geek. I gotta be careful, man. Tunnel under? Nah, it's gonna be cheaper to build a bridge over the tracks. We don't want a level crossing here with farm equipment and trains. That's probably a bad idea. Level crossing would be better. I'll probably end up building a level crossing here. And then just grading the terrain to go down a slope here down to the main access road. And then we'll gravelize the whole thing. Trains? But the other thing we'll do is I'll leave right-of-ways. I'll leave the right-of-way for these here. So we'll build a bridge that goes up and over, right? Potential up and over a potential right-of-way for the train. That doesn't leave me a lot of space. Yeah, we have to have it go up and over the potential right-of-way for those, and then over the existing, and then take a left. I mean, we'll move more terrain around. It's not going to be that big of a deal. Well, bridges aren't going to cost that much. The bridge ain't going to be made out of concrete. It's not going to be those, dude. And even if it was, it's better to invest in your infrastructure now, before inflation ruins you later in the game. That's what I've been finding out. The song is not skipping for me. I mean, King, we could do them, just connect it. It's not a big deal. That works. I mean, to be fair, there's probably not going to be many trains coming down here, so yeah, alright, that's fine. We can do that. This stuff needs to be gravel, though. This has all got to be gravel. So, might as well do it while it's fresh in my head. We should make that wood bridge a viaduct, so then the speed limit isn't 30 kilometers an hour. Sneaky, this is just so much cheaper to build. Why? A viaduct build here is like 100 tons of bricks. Is it really worth it? It's just farm equipment, dude. It's not a highway, you know what I mean? I mean, maybe we'll upgrade it later, who knows? The trucks have to cross it, so? Do you think it's gonna be that big of a bottleneck? I mean, we could explore different options here, I suppose. The gravel roads are 37 miles an hour. I mean, what bridge is close to that? 43 from the brick bridge. Weight restrictions? Yeah, you're right. That would be more realistic doing the viaduct, wouldn't it? Oh, it's only 87. It's only 87 tons of bricks. Prefab bridges. I do like the brick. The brick would look good, though. It's cheap, but it's ugly. We're doing that, huh? I think a brick bridge would... it's either brick or wood. That's the kind of bridge you'd see on a farm like this in 1960. SpongeBob. Wait, how much would it be for that thing? Hold on. Actually, that's not bad. That's not bad at all. But it would be paved, and that would look very strange. The trucks would actually speed up over the bridge. I mean, wood is what I had there, so I'm cool with it. I think that's the most appropriate. That looks properly rickety. Yeah, that thing costs nothing. It costs nothing to make. Yeah, it's the slowest bridge, but it costs nothing to make. Once again, throughput here is not the big deal. That's not a problem. You're not planning to send ships up that canal? There's nothing to send them to, dude. It's just a river. Where I would want boats coming is that way. Yeah, right, Cavi, exactly. Build bridge deck with bodies of dissidents. Yep. Alright, cool. That's where we're at for now. We will work more on this on the other side of NSF Live. I gotta go get ready, dudes. Is there a van down by the river? Absolutely. We'll keep working on that when we're back. This should be a great NASA Spaceflight Live. It's gonna be all about IFT3. It's gonna be all about IFT3. It's gonna be great. So I will put us on the standby screen, and I will be back in about 15 minutes. Don't go anywhere. The stream will pop in right here. Wait, I just had a thought. Does bridge speed affect the reach of buildings? I don't think so. That's just pedestrians. But we'll see. We'll test it when we get back, okay? Remind me. I'll be back in a little bit. Time for NSF Live.